Nah. Confounded. Oh well. Ah. There we go. Excellent. Okay. I can put this here, I guess. Put it within arm's reach, I suppose. Okay. Whew. Okay. Well, we're back here. Thankfully with less ire than last time. Far less ire, in fact. Now then. Why is the chair squeaking now? Of all times. Every time I move this chair, it only squeaks whenever it's inconvenient, of course. Alright. Let's bring up the menu. Select slot. So as you can see, I did actually finish the game. I finished it last time, which is good. I was able to finish it. It took me about 6 hours. 2 of those were spent at the beginning. So I'm curious what a select 2. We're just gonna do a fresh save file because it's fine. Okay, so we're going to start in a moment here, but I want to like preface with any story interpretations I have are mine, which I'm going to get into later, but essentially anything I say is an interpretation, and I'm more than happy to have someone disagree with me on this stuff, because that's the point. In fact, I'm going to talk about it later, that there's a major point of this game is that not everybody's going to come to the same conclusions, which is part of this experience. And speaking of that experience, how about we just get right into it? We have to watch some stuff anyway, so we get to be here for a bit. It's our favorite boy. He's waking up again. Well, technically not our favorite guy, because we don't play as him for very long. According to the main theory, well, at least one of the main theories. There's a couple of them. I was actually kind of surprised to see the amount of different theories that I saw. All right. So, also a lot of I actually wrote down notes for like, you know, in case I need to find my way through the game. I have written notes, and a lot of them bounce between sardonic and dry in terms of humor, or being outright vulgar at times. But that's just mostly because it was the most accurate description of what I was seeing, which is kind of part of the aesthetic of this game. Oh, hey, we get to fall back in. Good job, buddy. I will say, on Xbox, the only thing that concerns me is how much it vibrates my bumpers. I had a similar problem with Jump Force, actually, back when that was relevant. Was that it would vibrate the bumpers. It would vibrate, like, under the bumpers, so the button themselves would shake, which was not... I didn't like that too much. Alright. So, now then. Time to move. So, one thing I'd like to note is that this game's development started in 2014. So it took 8 years for this game to come out. My chair still... Stop! I'm trying to talk game design. Stop it, you. That's right, I can't use that. I don't have the key. That's right, I remember now. Yep, it's left bumper. Alright, I have to remember my controls a little bit. But one of the things I did look into more because of this game, because I wanted to come in with a bit more background knowledge, was I wanted to actually know the terms, like, you know, because people refer to biomechanical as both an art style and an art form, but it's also a scientific term. You know, it's the term for science of movement of, you know, the body, of joints, of a living body. It's basically the mechanical forms of the living body. So when you take that into form, then in theory a biomechanical art piece should be kinetic. Oh yeah, that's right, don't need to do that. We can skip that. Imagine being a Zimp for Blizzard so much you'd pay $30 for a single skin. I would not know, because I don't have... I pay my money on cardboard rather than that, but thank you. Yes. But yeah, 8 years it took for this game to come out. I could see where all that work went into, and I think it was well done, in my opinion. Ready for the 100% run? I think I could, in theory. Hey, Games of Pizza, how's it going today? How's it going, everybody? Everybody's coming in quick today. So, the thing I did learn, though, this is the start of the game. This is the very start. You just showed up for the beginning. You did show... This is the very beginning of the game. And I'm probably going to... Alright, so here's something I want to make note of while we're coming through here. Alright, so I need to use this first. Stick my arm. Thank you. This is the very start. So, if you've never seen this game before, this is like the full beginning. Like, I'm playing from beginning to end. Because I could probably do it in 4 hours. Nice. So we can start naked in a so we start naked in a capsule. Kind of. This is actually weird thing, Games of Pizza. We don't actually start as that body. We start as another person. Which will lead into another theory later that I've learned that apparently people believe in this game, which I think is true, but you know, it could be not. Who knows? So you just steal? No, I just got my arm implanted with a key. It works. But one thing I did learn was that biomechanical is a scientific term, but it's also... Use that? Oh, wait, that's right. I have to use this first, and then this. There we go. Alright. There we go. Thank you. I'm gonna do that, and then run away. Me in. Thank you. Alright, cool. Alright, this is the part that I have to remember where to go. Alright. Doesn't really matter which solution I take, so... Probably go set this up right now and just get that ready. But biomechanical is also an art form, which was discussed. A lot of people have been mentioning Geiger, but there's another guy named, let's see, let me see if I can say his name correctly. Zdzisław Beksinski. Hard to say that one. He drew a lot of surreal artwork, like surreal and it was like surreal dystopia was the art form, was what it was referred to as. I think I forget if this is the scooping room or not, but we'll just take it. It's fine. Whatever the first one is, I'm going to take it because we don't need to worry too much. But the art forms they reference, Geiger is the most obvious one. I think people really like Geiger for some reason. Granted, he's like one of the more prolific of the two. You've played this before? I tried to. I streamed it a little bit, and for 2 hours I spent at the beginning, and I was just frustrated. I then proceeded to finish the game, and realized that, no, I need to talk about this with you guys, and I wanted to play it again, because I really wanted to, I wanted to make it known that I don't hate this game. In fact, I actually quite like it now. Well, I blame how good Alien and Aliens were. I actually, well, and that's the thing, I think that his designs are very, very good. I'm not gonna say they're bad. That's not at all what I'm gonna say, because they are good. But I do think that I like the philosophy that Blekvinsky has for making things. Here's the door. I need to remember where the elevator is. The elevator is the part that I need to find. And Blekvinsky he actually had a statement about his own work that I think is more prevalent in this game than Geiger's influence. And that's that Blekvinsky he actually was known to say that he didn't know the meaning of his own works. So he would create something and he himself would not know the meaning. And I actually think that this game takes inspiration from that by not explaining things, which is a gamble, especially for people who people who demand meaning. Because he didn't know the meaning. He just said, "Oh yeah, I just make the thing." But making the thing does not mean that you know its meaning. But also, just because you've taken in the thing does not mean you understand its meaning either. Okay, so this is open now. Very cool. Now we can start doing stuff. Nope, that's right. I forgot. Whoops. Man, I remember this puzzle. Yes, this is the puzzle that I think, ironically, in terms of like puzzle to time, this one, and there's a later one that will take a lot of time. But yes, I do happen to have some knowledge. I have 4 knowledge on this game, which I think I'm going to be very grateful for very soon. Okay, I need to move this. Okay, I need to remember I need to remember the solution to the puzzle, because this is the one. This is the one puzzles with that I always have a little bit like I have to sit for a bit and just do it. Unfortunately, this is one of those puzzles where you just have to sit and do it because it is very slow otherwise. Okay, move. All right, this I need to crack open. Move out of the way. But a lot of these, never been a fan of sliding puzzles. I personally am of the mind that sliding puzzles themselves aren't bad. It's implementing them without explanation, which I think that's going to be like the big crux of everything, is that this game does not explain anything. Nothing is stated, nothing is explained, and you're expected to understand. Okay, and I can't move across that way, so I have to move this over. This up. I remember. Oh wait, no, I remember now. Remember what I have to do. Move. Okay. I am not remembering what I need to do. Yeah, that's okay. But sliding puzzles are. But that's all right. But back to the game design stuff, though. With the sliding puzzles, though, the main gamble, even with sliding puzzles, whatever puzzle they put here, the main gamble they were taking the entire game was, hey, we're not going to explain this to you. You are going to be shown things, and you're going to be playing this game. There is no explanation. There is no... The game does not discuss it with you. You just have to understand. Which is not an easy thing to just do on a whim. Okay, actually, I'm gonna back out real quick and get rid of this one so I can move some things. Okay, cool. Do this really quick. I will say, though, this game was apparently supposed to be broken up into two halves originally. Back in 2015, they were discussing that... I think it was 2015. They planned to release it, but then things got moved back for various reasons. I imagine at some point, we're gonna see more about the behind the scenes of, hey, why did the game take 8 years to make? And I can at least take a reasonable guess to say that they probably had to restructure their story and the game's development multiple times, because the game was originally slated to be a sort of multi-part release. So the idea was that it was going to be released as a, you know, multiple piece sort of game, rather than being something that... Okay, where am I moving these? No, this has to stay there. This stays here. These need to move out of the way. Okay, wait. Actually, wait. This just needs to go up. And then move this. Man, this puzzle. Okay. Nope. Okay, no, I remember now. Okay, no, I remember. Okay. And you tuck two of these in here, because it gets them out of the way. And then I have more room to move things. Doesn't really matter where I move them, as long as they're out of the way. Move things. But but as a game designer, it's like, this is a major risk. If somebody in a big company were to try and pitch something like this, like a game of this kind of, quite frankly, of this caliber, I don't think that it would have even gotten off the floor, right? Because this is such a radical departure from what is considered like a marketable game, really. I don't think I needed to move that far, but what I need to do is move it here. Because like a marketable game would be something that would be far easier to sell, far easier to play, something that doesn't take so many risks, which this game takes both creative risks in terms of, quite frankly, content, and also just in terms of playability, because this is not an easy game to play. This is a game that takes risks with both its source material and what it's trying to do. And being willing to take that risk that's scary. I imagine that the developers were really crossing their fingers on this one. Why am I moving this way? I think it's arbitrary for me to move at this point, but actually, no, I don't think it is arbitrary. Nope, it's not arbitrary. I think I messed up. Somewhere in here, I messed up. Yes, I did. Okay, I need to back it up a little. One of these is in the wrong spot. Yes, it is. Okay. Some stuff. But Philosophically, I think that this game also does some things that, in the story of a video game, I feel like there are a lot of things you don't tend to go to. And it's generally, it's mostly just because people like happy endings. Quite frankly, people are obsessed with good endings. They want the game to end on their terms. And their terms are usually, you know, honestly, they're usually, I want the game to end in a good place. Or at least a better place. And to start in a place that's very cold and industrial and also very bleak, and ending somewhere close to it is risky. And not just risky, but also, you know, quite frankly, it's dangerous on in a storytelling level, right? Like, especially if you don't know. Hi Nahama, how's it going? Especially if you don't, especially if the player doesn't understand the meaning of it. But this is where I get to go into writer mode, because there are stories that don't have inherent meaning. Good, how about you? I'm doing good. I feel like actually understanding this game and playing it in a way that, so I actually know what's going on, I feel a lot better. Also, the fact that what took me about an hour on last Friday is taking me about 15 minutes is making me very happy. I feel like it makes me happy knowing that I'm in a better spot now. But this game, its greatest gamble is that it's not telling you what it means. I think that's probably the scariest thing it does. Is that it just kind of expects you to make your own understanding. For a game to say, for most games, and that's why a lot of smaller companies can do these kind of things. I would say Gorogoa is in the same spot where it doesn't ask you to come up with its meaning. Though I will say Gorogoa's story is a bit more, in terms of vague storytelling, I think it does a little bit more direct storytelling. That's a way to say it, really. All right, I don't need to go over there, so I don't need to worry about that. I need to go down. But this game's storytelling is almost entirely metaphorical. In fact, all of the literal events of the game, if that's all you get from this game's going to disappoint. But if you reach into this game with both hands and you say, I'm going to interpret this, I think you get a greater amount from it. And that's not easy, because this game does not make it obvious. Even on that level, this is not an obvious thing. It's not. All right. Lower buddy. I forget which one we're doing now because I just kind of went for it. All right, get buddy down. Get him down. All right, get him down from there. Hi, buddy. All right, so question: are we turning you into puree, or are we freeing your goofy nonsense? Did I just put him back up? No, get him back down here. I pressed A on accident. Come back down here. No, not press down. Bring it back up. Bring me the man. Bring me him. But what this game does the most, this is a philosophical kind of game, so it's a philosophical kind of game. In a way that's very grotesque, yes. And if you're willing, this is one of those games where if you are approaching it from the perspective of, I need because I think a lot of people, what probably tipped them away from this game was the fact that this game is not, as much as it is grotesque, like literally, you know, this is gross, but besides that, its story is not at all obvious. Because the story it tells is sort of reflective of the person playing it. Because I've seen some I did some research, I looked online. It seems to me like when you interpret this game for its meanings, if you only see it for the literal, it is very hard to read. Also, yeah, this guy's he's getting a shell put on. Don't worry about that. He's fine. Don't worry, you're fine, buddy. Alright, well, I guess, hope to goodness that I'm not gonna be taking you to the scooping room. I forget which one I chose, so let's find out. You're fine, buddy. It's okay. Doesn't help that I can't read. Sort of. Alright, which one are we going to? I actually forgot which one I chose. I chose the wrong one. Whoops. Okay. I picked the wrong one. That's a mess up on my part. All right, back it up. All right, buddy. I am like 90% certain that we're about to kill this man. Doesn't really matter. All right, you stay here. Just don't bleed on my handles, please. Thank you. All right. Haste makes waste. A little bit. I kind of thought I had it memorized and I didn't because I've only played it once. And it's been a while since I've been here, so I guess it's reasonable that I would miss that, but that's fine. At least I remember the next part because that part's the one that made me sad. But this is a game that made me realize that if you take everything literally when you're talking about games and storytelling, if you take everything literally, that's when games actually lose value. And this game especially, I think you just lose everything. It loses everything if you take it literally. Because, yeah, we're in this terrifying hellscape, but I almost half wonder why it's like this. But to me, I don't know if the world really is... Because the world, to me, serves as a character of its own and serves as a vehicle for a message. But that message is not the same for every person who plays the game. Because when I looked at the game, I looked at it as a story of physical burden. And I think it has some things to say about society. Oh, okay, cool, we're killing him. Okay. All right, buddy. Time to die. All right. Hang on, buddy, we're gonna kill you. You're fine. Oh, whoops. Nope, wrong one. Ah, I keep forgetting which one. Like, whenever people say a game has a hidden political message, but it's just, nah, this is a platform. Well, and see, that's the thing. I think it can go both ways, where some people don't see the message because they want to have this literal interpretation. Because for some people to see for a game to have anything more than the literal message, to them is like, well, you're trying to make it political. But, hi, buddy. But it also goes the other way, where there are games that have very deep and profound messages, and people don't want to see those because they want to just have this literal game. I think horror games especially, I think a lot of people forget that horror is and has always been a vehicle for actual discussion. Also, yeah, don't worry about him. He's just gonna go to sleep forever. It's fine. But nowadays especially, I think that if you're some people, not everybody, I think that there's a great number of people who don't believe this. In fact, the majority of people seem to be more of the mind that there should be that you're not always politicizing things when you're making it a story. All right, which way do I have to go? I always forget which way I have to go from here to get to the thing I need. Where is it? Door. Let me find the door first. Door. Okay, door that way. Okay, good. But this game, it's not even that, because most philosophical and most of the lessons that are told in stories, either philosophical or just, you know, plain lessons, most of them aren't political in nature. Because if you make a lesson political, it's not a lesson. That's propaganda. All right, cool. All right, this thing's in. Excellent. All right, cool. All right, so now that we have this thing, this is the part that I didn't realize with the arm the first time I played. So you just take the arm, put it in that thing, jam it in here. There you go. I pull the thing. Oh, wait, no, that's right. Oh, that's fine. Leave the arm in there, activate the doodad. This is the part that was like, wow, yeah, I really should have figured this out earlier. So we jammed that arm in there, and that's it. It just opens. This took me an hour and some change when I first played the game. All right, cool. Well, now that we've opened the door, now for the part that really made me upset when I found out how fast I could do it. Watch this. All right, first, open the door. Open the elevator, I mean. But there's a lot about society in this game, which is surprising given that how much dialogue there is. But specifically, I think it's more about the effect of the burden that society places on people, whether implicit or explicitly. And I think that by examining what the game does to prove that, I think you can find a lot of meaning in there. Of course, if you don't see that, that's fine. Sometimes people, like, there's no invalid interpretation of a game. Some people interpret this game as, yeah, they look at this and say, yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but it's weird. Also, here it is, by the way. Here it is. It's this panel thing. You just stand on it and you get a gun. Here it is. Got a gun. All right, cool. I win. So here's the gun. This took me admittedly way too long to figure out, and I feel like, all right, so let me explain what I think caused me to not see this properly. So there are other things in the environment that glow in a similar fashion, and I had never seen this floor panel design here, that thing I stood on. That is a design that is made far more obvious in other areas of the game where these panels you have to stand on. In this area, it did not occur to me that this was something that you could affect, because obviously, you know, you walk up here, nothing happens. So also, and it just never appeared in my mind that would be the solution. Okay, so we have to activate these doodads over here. So we activate one each of all these, and we send these things over. So yeah, this is something that took me an admittedly long time to figure out. But it's because this game has a visual language that honestly is not... It doesn't follow gaming precedent in every way. And precedent is sort of like visual tradition. It's like... Because precedent in video games is... nowadays... You use two control sticks in order to move the camera and to move around in space. The A button jumps, whichever one the A button is. The bumpers are grenades in most shooters. The triggers are, but there are certain things with controls that this game follows certain precedents, but not all of them. The number one thing it doesn't follow is making environments gamified, which is something that a lot of video games do to make it legible and easier to understand what's going on around you. By making, say, like if the door is able to be opened, generally those doors are made to be decorative, or you can see that a door can be opened. Or making areas in such a way that they have flow. This game takes the risk in not doing that. Areas don't have natural flow. Rather, they have the industrial feel of, quite frankly, being a facility. And if you build a facility, they don't have natural flow. They are built to hold things. Also, check this out. Bah! I figured out how these guns work, and it makes me very happy, because this thing is very close range, by the way. It has infinite ammo, because it recharges, but it is very short range. So I don't expect me to use this thing to fight anything anytime soon, because it's not very good at it. Okay. What else did I need to... Did I do anything else? No, I think I just need to use this. Okay. But by making this a facility, by making this game take place in this... Oh, wait, that's right. I have to put that back. I have to activate the thing at the bottom, at the base there. That's right. I forget. I think? No. I see how it is. Okay, let me go back up here. Go back up here. Oh, I see. It raises. Use. Cool. But I forget the section because I haven't played it in a while. I feel like the further we get in the game, the more I'll remember. But by making it an industry, by making this a place that's not gamified, the developers took a risk in saying that, in making this place, in making this area, and making it readable to a player. Because this isn't super obvious, right? You're not looking at this area and thinking, oh, I know exactly where to go. Because there's no use of contrast and color to lead the player. Instead, they're building a natural environment, for better or for worse. And when you're looking at a natural environment that's not using the precedents of what we understand as video games. We understand certain things to be, you know, as video gaming, almost like we view them as rules now, right? Where we think this is how games are meant to be designed and how they're meant to be played. And when you don't follow those rules, people find that to be disruptive. It's annoying. It's frustrating. And that's why I got frustrated my first time playing this game, because I came in with an expectation, with this idea of, all right, this is what the game is supposed to be doing. And because it wasn't doing that, I found it to be frustrating. But when you disengage that from your mind, that means you have to learn the visual language that this game is working with. And the visual language of this game is not obvious. It's not something that is immediately apparent. But by recognizing that it's built like a living organism, that leads your ability to understand it. You are working with and within a living thing, because that's what biomechanical is. So to build a video game in a biomechanical form and stay true to the art form, this thing cannot be gamified in the same way. It has to use its own rules and precedent in order to be what it's supposed to be. So that means it will chafe against our natural inclinations as video gamers. And I imagine as designers, they also had trouble, and that's probably part of the problem. That's probably why the game took so long too, is that they had to make this work, which is not easy. Also, yeah, this is the solution of the whole thing, by the way. That is the solution. Also, here's an important event. So, here is something very important about this character, this body we were just playing as. This is not the same person we wake up in the next time we play the game. We come into consciousness, really. There is at least that's the working theory. That's the theory I've seen, and I actually agree with this theory, that whatever this fluid is, this permanently mutates this person. Whoever this person was, they're gone in terms of what they are. But they are going to haunt the very rest of the game. They don't go away. This person will be back, and I'll explain where they are when we get there. But now we move forward. As you can see, we are looking at the heart of something. Heart of society? Heart of the being that we live in? I don't know. But we're here. And we're trying to leave, because it's kind of gross. Time to get birthed. I will say, I think that to some extent, I have an interpretation of this scene, which is kind of strange. And it kind of actually banks on the definition of the word scorn. So yeah, we get born. Born again. Which, you know, that has a lot, being born again has a lot of connotations. So, and too many for me to discuss rapidly. So we're gonna keep going. But, so I did write down, where is it? The definition of the word scorn. The feeling or belief that someone or something is worthless. Contempt. And I actually think that what this game, a lot of the game's world presents that to the player and to the character and to the person that you are controlling. That the game presents that the character, the person that you're controlling, in the face of this world, is worthless, contemptible. And the character's goal is to find meaning and to prove their worth, to find a higher plane, which is made more evident as we go forward. Especially there's a area of the game that pretty much, it is the main piece of storytelling that this game does that I personally believe is like, it's the most overt storytelling it does. And it's at the end of the game though, so we have a ways to go. But let's get there. Also, this desert area, I really don't quite know why there's just a giant field of pods. Also, all these are like bodies and like flesh, by the way. It's kind of gross, but interesting, to say the least. But by virtue of its symbolism, I think that the game does a really good job of giving a story that is reflective of the person. Because when you're left to interpret, that's when you, the player, are reflected back by the game. The game becomes a sort of mirror or a prism, you know, something that light travels through, and you are that light, so you have to travel through it. And sometimes traveling through things warps you, it shifts you, so it affects you. And I think that this game does a great job of that. It also does a great job with the area design. I imagine a couple years went into just making this game visually impressive. I mean, even just look at this. Look at that. See that sands movement? That is insanely hard to do. It's insanely hard to do this in a way that looks realistic. I actually can tell you sort of what tricks they're using, but it's not an easy trick. So they're using normal maps, which I talk about a lot of normal maps, but they're layering normal maps to get this effect, which is insanely hard to... I think it's insanely hard to do everywhere. You're doing this everywhere all the time in this area, in this desert area, and it runs at 60 frames a second. And it just works. That's impressive. On a technical level, this game does so many things graphically that when you notice it, you think, oh, wait, how are they doing that? And you realize how much detail is poured into everything. You know, like, all these things had to be textured and mapped out, and everything here had to be placed as it is and made to look, in a sense, real. Real for this world's aesthetic and real for this world's... for what it's supposed to represent. And yeah, this is an art style. And it's a simulation of a life, but not ours. Also, I think I'm going the right way? I always forget. I remember this part kind of well, but also... it's a little hard to tell exactly where you're going in a desert, but that just might be me. I think the... yeah, there it is. The entrance is on the other side. I remember now. I will be kind of sprinting through because I don't feel like spending a very long time in the desert. I really do not have the time. But I actually will say, I actually did find this game frustrating at first. Not because it's a bad game, but because, yeah, it's visual language, and this game, you know, maybe it's reflective of me, but this game is pain. It's and this might be coming from my interpretation of it. This game is pain because in order to grow, you need to be put into discomfort. And discomfort often is pain. The human body grows and stretches, and it takes pain. To build muscle, you need pain. Because you cannot lift strong, like, heavier weights without feeling pain. And I think that this game encompasses that growth. The feeling of growth is not comfortable. But once you get it, and you come to understand, you grow. Also, hey, there he is. There's Buddy. There he is. Yeah, don't worry about him. He's just there. I haven't named him yet, but I'm calling him... I haven't... well, no, wait, I did name him. I was actually rather... I was scornful with my naming of this, that dude. But I'll name him when he's back, because we'll deal with him later. But, I mean, just look at all this detail. Look at all these things. If you consider that this is a video game, consider the thousands of polygons that it takes to represent all of this. Think about all of the man-hours it takes to build this up. Yeah, get out of here, you big nerd. Alright. And by taking that into consideration, I think that this game becomes suddenly much more daunting. Because imagine being a group of people. Alright, we skip that. I remember now what you have to do to move forward. And... so... okay, I need to remember. Now, this is the part where I need to start remembering. Or I could just read through my notes. Probably easier if I do it that way. Let's see. Scorn notes. Follow beat. Ah, yeah, I referred to him as Stupid Beast. Then find Buddy on left after side. Use Keto. Key. Oh, key. That's right. Oh, okay. I remember now. I remember. All archways go right side after last arch. Then go back to facility. Staircase immediately left. That's right. No, I remember now. I remember now what it's talking about. I know what it's talking about. To right side under last arch and back of facility. I think it's this way? No, this is the way I came. That's right. I remember. It's the last archway. So, I did write some notes down so I don't get lost, so I can keep moving. But again, if you take a look, take a moment, the only thing here that really is even gamified is that red light ball thing over there. But that doesn't really tell you more, does it? It's just, oh hey, it's a big thing. Wait, I just remembered. I think it's a staircase, isn't it? There's a staircase, isn't there? I always forget. This is the part that got me last time. Let me make sure. Multi-tool, open door, desert place. Follow archways, go right side at last arch, and back in. Follow stupid beast, and find buddy on the left of far side. Use key to solve door to next corpse. Next to corpse. Oh, no, okay, so that's much later. Remember now. I remember now what I'm dealing with, and this is the part that makes me... I think this is the part that I got... I think I spent a bit of time walking around this place last time I played too. Where I was just like, hey, do I remember where I'm going? So this way, come up. Follow, go right side to last arch, then to back of the facility. So it's not right of side of last arch. Where's that thing? Oh, I see it now, I think. I think I see it now. I think I understand what I'm talking about. Sort of. No. Okay. Oh, right, here it is. Here it is, found it. Okay, so we need this thing. This is the thing we needed. I remember now. That's what it was. Follow stupid beast, then find buddy. That's what buddy was. Okay, no, I'm a fool. Okay, no, I'm an idiot. I also write my notes like an absolute ape, so it's not great. Okay. So this is our first key solving puzzle. We will have to do a couple of things like this later. They're very weird. I actually think these door unlocking things... I don't want to quite say that they're the closest thing to being games, like, built like a game, but it is interesting, though, that they built a key that's entirely organic in nature that has clearance levels, basically. Because when you go back here, I believe I have to use the key here. Yes. Use the key. I think I have to use it here first. Yeah, so use it here first, and this actually is good game design, where it shows you, okay, so you get this first one, and this thing opens. Now, I'm going to pull the key out, and you're going to see what I mean. So, pull the key out, and... See? Goes back. So, if you're not like me and you're a bit more big brain, you'll realize that you need all four of these to lower before you can activate this, and it works. So, in order to do so, you need to activate this thing. And pull the elevator down from above. There's an elevator. Again, this area, while in some places it does, like, there are natural, leading lines. Like, this is big and red, so it's easy to spot. But this is not in the way, except for this light that comes right down and casts on it. And these are natural leading lines. A lot of video games will go out of their way to exaggerate reality so that things will be more evident. Because they want things to pop out to the player, because if there's miscommunication on the part of the game, then it feels like a failure on the game's part, right? I think that there's a lot of games where people think, oh, well, it didn't communicate to me what I'm supposed to do, so I wasn't able to solve anything. And I feel like that's definitely one of the things that it definitely affected my perception of this game, and it affects my perception for a number of games, but it doesn't mean the game's wrong if it tries to do something new. It's just uncomfortable, which is a big difference. Okay, let's see. What do I need to do with this again? I need to pull this guy. I know I need to pull Buddy out, and there we go. He's out of the way. I can't use this yet, so I gotta back off for now. I believe it's this way. Key. E. Okay, got it. But it's a matter of philosophy when it comes to design, when it comes to stuff like this, right? Where you have to decide, is it worth the risk to make this game in this fashion? Which is true of any piece of art, right? Or any work, really. Anything you make, it's a matter of, all right, am I ready to deal with the fact that there will be people who just don't understand what I'm doing? And it takes a certain amount of, quite frankly, it takes a certain amount of trust in your ability and yourself to be able to say, yeah, I'm going to trust that this is going to work. That what I do will make sense. And not only will it make sense, but it will be regarded. And to have that trust in yourself, I think takes a lot out of a person, as well as just being extremely hard to do. Because that's not easy to make something that's so vague and open to interpretation, where your story can be taken any way that someone takes it, right? Where if somebody reads this story and they read the lines of, oh, this is about, I don't know, classism, because that is one of the interpretations I read. It's about, and if somebody decides that that's how they read it, that's how they read it. And you can't control the way that people interpret your stories and the worlds you make. And some people might see this as a statement on class and how society divides itself. And, well, they're not wrong. Unfortunately, when it comes to writing, you're not the one who decides what someone interprets. When you make anything, you make a game, you write a song, you write a book, you do anything, it's up to you to decide how you act and what you do. That is your business. How people read into it, that is their business. Their interpretation does not mean that what you did is, can be changed. Also, hey, here he is. So, this is the parasite. Hi, buddy. How you doing? It's been a little bit. So, you see how he had a skull right there? And, like, a human-esque body? So, so yeah, it's kind of gross, but yeah, he's gonna be with us for a while. So, anybody notice what weapon he just gave us? Is this Rip? No. Actually, Gabe's Pizza, this is the parasite. This is not a friend. This is your burden. And this is something that I've been grappling with for a while now, the circumcision. No, but he grabs into your belly and holds on. This is a representation of a great many things. And I've seen some people refer to this as a representation of toxic relationships. How it grapples onto you and doesn't let go. For me personally, I see this as a representation of your burdens, past and present. And the things that we carry with us that randomly chip away at our ability to cope. Which later you'll find out that it's very literal, that it chips away at your ability to cope, and you'll find, and I'll show you. You'll see what I mean. Okay, where am I? Key. I need key. E. But yes, the circumciser, he does remove some skin, just not the skin that would be normally associated with such a procedure. Take that. I think the next one is the lower one. No, it's that one. Noon. Okay, so we're gathering these little bead things on our key. As you can see, we now have 3 vertebrae of 4. Now we need to get the 4th one, which, as I recall now, use that. I think it's the elevator. Yes, elevator. Okay. But yes, this thing is your constant burden. The only thing it gives you is this gun. So, if anybody noticed that there is a skull that had a human, humanoid skull, and also in its body, and also it had this gun, it is, to me, it's heavily, I actually agree with the theory that the parasite is actually the first character you play as. It's that first person you play as. Which is why seeing this as a representation of your past haunting you and eating away at you makes a lot of sense, because it's actually literal in this case. Which, as I said, I know not everything's literal in this game, but the fact that they go very overt with this, it does lend credence to that theory, and I think that they're pretty close to accurate with that. So now I'm back down here. My notes say anything? Key opens, redrawn, elevator left, upright, use things, far left. First, solve key puzzle at first door. Oh, that's right. So I need to go back up to the second key I did. I need to go back up. Go uppies. Thank you. So you're playing as a different parasite, or this is a species that uses human bodies as host? Sort of. There are apparently a lot of different kinds of beings in this universe, and a lot of them, some of them don't have meaning, which is part of their problem, is that they don't have a meaning. They're just beasts. And this thing holds on to its humanity to an extent. At least enough that it's able to tell that you're a person that it wants to hook onto. And you're not playing as a parasite in the same way, but if you want to take it that way, you could. But basically what happened was, you know that guy we were playing as earlier? He got mutated by the goop. All that like weird fluid crap that fell on him. The theory is that he got mutated by that goop and turned into the thing that's on your back now. Which is why people theorize that that's the case, because this parasite thing hooks onto you because it needs blood to stay alive, because it had its entire physiology messed up. So the first person you play as gets mutated into the parasite. The second person you're playing as is basically just the character you're playing as for the majority of the game. All right, so now that we have an arm thingy and we can put our hands in the power glove, now we can do one of these. We're going to do what's called a pro gamer move and melt all these bodies. So, I don't know what fluids they're using to melt these those bodies over there, but they're getting melted. And they get turned into that green slurry and they're just gone. So yeah, there we go. There we go. Clean. F. Sort of, but it's okay. But they could have... What's interesting to me is that you could, in theory, build a game of any aesthetic, of any... Honestly, of any subgenre. A game of this style, where you have no dialogue and the game is left interpretation. It's been done before, obviously. There are games that have done this. Reminds me of the Matrix Body Factory. Kind of, yeah. I know that some people have seen, because the Matrix also has a lot of biblical references. This game has a fair number of them, one of them being a bit more obvious than others. And we'll get there, because that is a whole story and a half. Okay, so now I can go... All right, this is the last key, that's right. Where's the key? Key. Well, a lot of the industry here is not obvious. Oh, wait, whoops. I missed it. That's fine. But the industry that this game follows is not 100% obvious all the time. What? So there are no enemies until maybe now? No. There is... The only thing that could have killed you was those weird white things that were blowing like the mist. Oh, well, whoops. Forgot about that. It's those weird things that were breathing mist that I shot at the beginning. When those things can kill you. Not very quickly at all, but they can. I think it's this one. No, it's the other one. Confound it. Okay, this is fine. Nope, it was this one. And a lot of the enemies that you deal with in the game will require different weapons. There are other weapons in this game, and they are interesting, to say the least. Okay, so now we have the full key. With all 4 of the vertebrae collected, we can now go back to the pod room and go get some stuff. The main thing we're here for is, as I believe we're here for the door key, I think, because we need that. Okay. Back to reality. Watch your profanity. But this game, there aren't as many enemies as you'd think. And as much as this game said it's a survival horror, it's mostly puzzles. And most of those puzzles are long span environmental puzzles, which to me are very hard to read because this game goes with a very natural, you know, aesthetic and light. So it doesn't always become obvious or overt what your goal is. So that is something that has to be, you know, regarded when you're playing this game, is that it's not always going to be obvious which way you're going. And it's probably not even going to be 100% obvious what your objective is. Your objective is always to move forward, but moving forward is not always so easy. Okay, so now that we've opened this now goes over there. So now we have unlocked that key puzzle. I think we can... No, I need to do this first. Got it. Do this first. Okay, so now we have to solve this key puzzle thing, which is actually one of my favorite puzzles in the game. Weirdly enough. I always forget how to do this. I think it's like this. Nope. Okay, nope. Messed up there. I always forget. This puzzle... I just realized that this puzzle is one of those ones where I'm like, oh yeah, I think I know what I'm doing, but... You know, I have been proven wrong before. As everyone can tell, as everyone knows, I have been proven wrong before when I say that I know what I'm doing. But a lot of this game is these puzzles. It's not... And it's certainly not obvious that that's the case. You know what I mean? Where it's not 100% obvious that this is going to be the majority of the game. I messed up already. Hang on. Okay, hang on. This is one of those puzzles that I got wrong a couple times because it's not easy in the slightest. So it's like this. Yes, there we go. There we go. Whew, okay. But there's a lot of allegory. But a lot of it is, though, it's based on what you interpret. Like, what do you see when you see something of this nature? Everything here is made of flesh, or chitin, or, you know, some other form of organism. Also, this is a key. This is an important key. Very slimy. Well, and that's what's weird, is that it's still metallic and cold, despite being a living creature. These are still very cold things. Hi. Thanks for the key, nerd. Can't use that. I think I'm done here. I don't think I have to deal with any of the rest of this. Yes. No, can't do anything to him, so I'm gonna leave. Okay. He just crawls out and dies. He's fine. All right, let's go. So this key is... We have to upgrade it a number of times in the game. I don't know if it goes any higher than where it goes at the end of by the end of the game, but it opens the door, so I'll take it. All right, door open. Back to left. Key. E. Okay. And now things are open, so now we can continue. But this entire place is built like an organism. It has rib cages, and it uses living beings as the foundation for its architecture. Because it's built, this whole place is basically an organism. It's one singular living being. And the reason it's dying and or dead, which to me it's dying, it's not dead yet, but it's on the way out, is because most of its cells and the things that kept it going died. Or just gave up because of the contempt of this world. Things gave up. And I think in some parts of the world, there are probably a lot of people who could say that this is familiar. In some weird, twisted way, this is a familiar sight. For the world to just give up. And that's what your character's trying to do, is escape that. They don't want to give up. They are valuable. At least in their mind. Even if the world around them and their past, which their past is represented by this thing, that is now holding my stuff for some reason. Did you just put that away so you could have an arm in my ribcage? Very kind of you. Right then. But the key thing is that oh yeah, here's the first instance of this. So every now and then, this happens. Nice feat. Yeah, thank you. This just happens, by the way, randomly in the game. Not all the time. Not every time. Randomly. This will happen. He will adjust. He will rip out things. And he will take your life bar. This is intentional. Because it's not all the time. Alright, so this also teaches you... This is good game design teaching moment. You lose health, so you come here to this machine. You get blood. There's a life bar, yes. And you can refill it. See? And you have the number of charges on above your life bar. Those red blotch things are how many charges you have of healing. And you only can carry so many at a time. I'm kind of hoping that I can not use as many as possible because ammo and health are not super plentiful. So you kind of have to make do with what you're given. And you're not going to see many of those blood machines. You know what they look like now, but you're not going to see a ton of them. Also, there's another of these things, another industry here, right? And the fact that there are so many complexes tells me that this place was once very industrial. You have almost as much health as a Dark Souls boss. You'd be surprised how quick that does not stay that way. Alright, well, we can just go. But this game is very industrial, despite the fact that it's all built to be organic. And you're using organisms as your basis. It's very industrial and cold. This entire place uses a lot of grays. In color scheming, it uses a lot of grays and browns and dark colors, but mostly dull ones. Because when it uses colors that are vibrant, it chooses it. Like the design of the world. I think it's very well done. But I do think that it was a major gamble as a game. As an experience, yeah, no, it works. It's extremely good. And if you were just left to explore this freely, it would be a very different type of experience. But by making it a game and making it follow game precedent and making it follow things, and personally I find this game immersive, I think it's far more immersive when you know what you're doing. The immersion can crack very quickly if you get frustrated. The desert looked amazing. That desert made me very happy. The way that this game uses texture and the way that it uses light is very... Artistically, it's very, very good. It's absolutely stunning. I mean, all right, let me get really up close and personal. Look at this. Like, look at these. Look at how good this all looks. Look at these surfaces. Exceptional. Like, the way that it's made, the way that the world is designed visually is astounding. And it's extremely intricate and well designed. That said, as a game, and as a, if you look, someone made that surface. Yeah, exactly. No, see, that's exactly it. Someone made all of these textures. A group of people made all of this. Mind you, this is also not like a studio that has like a ton to throw around, Okay, wait. Back to Red Room. Okay, so we're past that note section. And the fact that someone made this whole area, they did this artwork, they made this game visually. This is a titanic amount of work. This is massive. This is colossal. But they took a major gamble by making it this way. By making it without major, because quite frankly, this lacks contrast. Like, a lot of the screen lacks contrast, where there's a lot of, sharp colors and schemes. Okay, we're back to ball puzzle. Okay, well, this is gonna be fun. All right, I remember ball puzzle pretty well, so this one, I think I know what I'm doing. But this entire game takes this risk that you're going to be able to figure your way out and you're going to find where you need to go. And that you're going to be able to figure this game's body language out. And it's not easy to figure this all out. I'm grateful I have the knowledge of this game beforehand. This gives me an unfair advantage when it comes to playing this game again, and it gives me an advantage in being able to show you guys the game. Because I know fairly well where I'm going and what I'm trying to do. But thankfully the game does... I actually do think that once you learn the game's language, it becomes like any other game where, oh, I can't open this door. I need to find the thing that upgrades the key. You find the thing that upgrades the key, you open the door. It's simple stuff, but when you don't have objective markers flashing everywhere and you don't have something pointing you the whole way through, yeah, it suddenly becomes a lot harder. And this game takes that risk and runs with it. Because there are so many things in this game that just they don't tell you what to do. They don't tell you how to handle things. I forgot about you. Hi, buddy. Hi. Listen, man, I don't want to deal with you. If we can help it. Thanks. All right, cool. Thank you. Can I go? Okay, at least he left me alone. I'll take it. But this is not something that's easily done. And this game, they said, like, it started development in 2014. I actually want to go back at some point and look at the announcements and see if I can... I want to see those announcements again, because I really do want to see what that all must have looked like. Because this is 8 years of work. This is 8 years of someone's life. And it is summarized in about 4 to 5 hours, really. Imagine that, if you would. 8 years of your life brought down to a mere couple hours. In terms of summary. That is impressive, honestly. Like, to me, it's like, that's impressive that that you put such a titanic amount of work into something that can be experienced in an afternoon. And that experience will stick with people. This is something that I think, frankly, is going to stick with a lot of people. Yeah. How about you just... Ow. Please die. Thank you. Alright, thank you. At least that was efficient. Yeah, that's going to happen a couple times. Don't worry about it. Alright, now that that's open, now we can leave. Okay. Also, I wrote down health station on left, and it has a question mark, so I was not very certain when I wrote that down, was I? I wrote down like health station question mark. Like I wasn't really sure if it was a health station. It's I call it the blood vending machine, but all right. So now we're at the next major puzzle. This is what I call ball. This is ball puzzle. This is not a puzzle that is going to be over soon. But this kind of puzzle design to me is extremely hard to wrap your head around, because you have to be willing to realize that this puzzle is not going to be done very quickly. Oh yeah, this happens again. Can you, like, settle for a moment, would you? Ow. That's my lower intestine, thank you. So yeah, he does that now and then. He, you know, the very unfriendly touch. Or as most people want to call it, the bad touch. Alright, so now we enter ball. And I think this is a good point to say that this is what teaches you about certain mechanics. I am curious, though, how you build something. Beat me to the dang choke. Shout out to Bloodhound Gang. Yeah, exactly. I remember in high school we found out about 3.14, and yeah, that song definitely was probably a reason that me and some of my friends turned out very strange. I think that was like a core memory, just that song. A lot of the stuff from the Bloodhound Gang was... Yeah, that showed up a lot. Alright, cool. Ball deleted. But yes. We are gonna get that every now and then. It's not obvious when we're gonna get the, bad touch, but it will happen. And we're not gonna like it any of the times. Those things were on the ball. There were things on that ball. Yes, there were. We killed them, thankfully. I'm hopeful that they will stay that way. Oh. Good morning. So, can you see me? Yeah, you can. Cool. See you later. Ow. Pardon, I'm going around you. Ow. Yeah, most of these enemies you're not going to want to fight, because this gun is not very great for it. I appreciate them giving you the ability to run away. Even if at the expense of health, even though health is going to be very, like, not plentiful, so. I don't want to lose health as much as I can, but, ah well. But this whole place is built, it's industry. It's built like a factory of some kind. I've never been quite clear on what the industry this place is trying to create is. I just know that this place is some form of industrial complex. Which I'm grateful that they never explain what the purpose of this place is. Because remember that every building is built with a purpose. In a working society, every building has a purpose. Even if that purpose, quite frankly, is to be aesthetic. But this place has too many machines and things that have clear intended purpose for it to just be, oh yeah, it's just there. I just remembered that this is the wrong thing to activate, so that's my bad. We are going to need to use this at some point, though. And it's going to be important later. But by proxy of my understanding of how, you know, basically societal conventions work, I don't quite see how this place can be built without purpose. Because if you build anything, you're building it with a reason, even if your reason is artistic. So I'm curious, to what end were these buildings built? What exactly was the purpose, you know? Okay, yeah, we just have to go. All right, so now we go up this way. And this is something that I think is curious, is that a lot of this is like, it's overgrown as if it's a plant, you know? Like, it's like a plant-like organism because it grows like moss or like, you know, tree roots. Or like, you know, any sort of other viney thing. The fact that plant life even doesn't really exist here is curious, because even the plant life is considered flesh. And it makes me wonder, well, how did this place evolve this manner? How did it evolve these organisms? Because everything is made of meat and flesh. And it makes me curious, to what end? But that's, to me, I think it's because when we think about the worlds we live in, oftentimes we consider things in, you know, quite frankly, flesh and blood. Oh, hi. Can you stop for a moment, please? Ow. Thanks. Okay. You can stay over there for now. I'm going around you. I know it's about 5 hits with that thing to kill them, so it's not gonna be worth my time to do that. It'll only be worth my time to kill enemies when it's a enemy that I cannot go around. And there are some enemies that we just won't be able to. We'll just have to deal with it and kill them, so. Ow. Just had my ears just, hang on. Ears started ringing. Ooh, okay. But yeah, guys, I think that what this game does well is show a world that we can't comprehend. Well, you can't comprehend it literally, because if you try to comprehend it that way, you start to see things that are terrifying and also kind of make you really think and wonder. Okay, how do I always forget this part? Ball is there. Moved ball. Outdoor way to tunnel, down long tunnel, elevator, main stairs takes 5 shots. Activate console with gun. Oh, activate console with gun. Okay, so there's a console that I need my gun for. I see. Which one? There's this little dork, so I'm gonna deal with him. I always forget. I think it's this way, actually. I'm gonna double check before I... Oh, no, that's right. You can use this tunnel to go around the enemies. That's right, I remember. Okay. Go this way. Yeah. Doozy. Okay. I feel like the... Oh, no, that's right. Stop. Go away. Ow. Thanks. Very kind of you. Oh, for... Ugh. Okay. Go up. Okay, we're good. Also, that is technically a plant, according to the rules of how I've determined how animals work. Anything that is pure red and doesn't have this grayness to it, those are plants. Which is from what I've come to understand, the more red something is, the less of a, I would call it a sentient creature. I would not say human, because none of these are human. At least in the same way that we can understand it. Okay, now we activate ball. Because none of this is human. It's humanoid, but not human. Because I think by saying that these things are human, I think that that detaches them from their society. Because clearly these creatures that persist everywhere here, they're clearly of a certain level of sentience, but not the same. It's almost like... No, hi. It's like the difference between dogs and humans. Okay, that's also a thing. Excuse me. Not dealing with any of you guys, so I'm going to go around. Thank you. Nope, that's the wrong way. Bless America. Thank you. Excuse me. Pardon. Excuse me the second time. Ow. Keep running. Okay. I'm going to use my blood because I don't want to die. Okay. Now, I think I can start activating stuff, as I recall. So now I have to use this. So now we have to use these skeleton keys in order to open up different areas. So we start with up there. This ball will go between those 3 areas, and we have to open each one by getting more of these keys. So now that we know what we're looking for, we know what to go and find, so we can go get it. I feel like the more I look at this world, the more it concerns me how it, like, how just strange it all is. Also, yeah, we get this again. My dude, can you please, like, settle for a moment? I'm trying to explain stuff here. But yeah, this thing does this, and it will be a sink of your resources. Oh, didn't realize that it did something like that when you... Hi. Can I have my blood? Thanks. Also, I guess the curious thing to me is that it is also siphoning. It is filtering blood through this person's body. I will say person loosely, but still person. And it is through that. Okay, yeah, we'll grab that in a moment. We're gonna grab this first. Okay, so this is a gun. There's more. So this is a weapon. It is very weird. And I will say, I am going to avoid using its ammo as much as I can. I will show you how it works, though, because I think showing how this works is very helpful. Also, yeah, this is very tryptophobic, so apologies. It's just a ton of holes. Yeah, it's kind of gross. Not going to look at that anymore. All right, now then. Oh, that's right. I need to reload. Back it up. Back it up. Also, yeah, this gun is entirely organic, so... Who dares? You little nerd. Forgot how inaccurate this thing is if you miss. Shut up. Shut up. Ow. Ow. Okay, yep. Not dealing with that anymore. Tell you what, not dealing with that. So basically, we are gonna see only a limited supply of ammo for these things, so... Be ready for that, because we're going to be dealing with it a lot. I remember this puzzle now. This puzzle is pain. So we're basically connecting... The best way I could describe it is we're connecting tendons. Okay, let me spin this. Spin this. Nope, spun it wrong. This is probably one of those puzzles that will make me... it'll make me remember... a lot of pain, because this stuff is pain. Oh, that's right, I remember how to do this now. If I disconnect that, I spin. No, I just need to spin this. Spin this. There we go. Okay, so you kind of basically form a muscle. Like, this is like forming muscles together, right? Because it's connected like tendons and ligaments. And we acquire second key. So we have second bone key, so we can leave. And I forget how to get back. You need to go this way. I am going to reload and use blood, though, because we are kind of low on health. I will try my best to conserve ammo, because conserving ammo becomes really important later, especially when... Because killing enemies should be seen as a last resort, but what I like to do is the stun. I do that, and then run. Because you don't necessarily need to kill them, you just need to be able to get away. Oh, come on, dude. Oh, jeez. Okay, you know what? Fine. You can die for your sins, then. Fine. I was just saying I was gonna not kill, but... No, wait! Ah! Ugh. Wow. Okay. Well, we need to wait for a moment. Oh, I can't reload. Yeah, combat in this game is it's tanky and slow and deliberate. So you have to be very careful about how you're going about it. And it's, I feel like for people who play modern survival horror, this sucks. Because most survival horrors, I'm even thinking stuff like Resident Evil Village, and there's a couple of other games that come to mind, like Dead by Daylight, and like I would throw those in, of course, because I think it's good to make these comparisons, but controller batteries are low. That's not great. I will need to grab batteries soon, then. It's funny how they said the battery said they were fine when I first started, and then I sit down to stream, and within an hour, they are dying. Of course. Now the question is it batteries are low as in I have an hour to play, and then they're low? Or my controller is going to explode soon, kind of low? Because both are, that's important. But combat in this game is not being performed by a person, or even really a group of beings that combat is part of their life. Like, there's no war here. There are weapons, but it's not like it's not like there are many things in this world that are violent for the sake of violence. You know what I mean? Where like most animals are not violent for the sake of violence. They're not malicious. Animals fight on instinct. They only are driven to violence when necessity calls. A lot of the creatures in this world, and I would say in our world too, most creatures are not driven to violence frequently. It is not human nature to go looking for like with malice. It is not often human nature to go with malice. Most human beings will only ever bring harm to another creature when it is necessary. Can you stop that? Okay, run away a little bit. I'm gonna try and cheese this thing with the auto tool, because piss off. Okay, switching to the gun. Hang on. I forgot that this pedestal, you basically have to clear it off before you can use it, because they'll kill you. They will just destroy you if you don't, which is really sad. And yep. Okay, back up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Okay, good. Okay. Whew. But by the nature of, by the law of nature, more like it. Okay, can you? All right, dude. I understand that this thing needed to die, but like, come on, dude. He's just doing his best. It's just an animal. But these things are they're much closer to what an animal would be than. Yeah. So I need to. It's the inclusion of this piece that actually is the reason why I remember having a really hard time figuring this one out. So I need this to line up. Okay. Okay, let me spin this back around. This puzzle, for some reason, it's like the, there's that one 4-lever puzzle in Skyrim. This is what this reminds me of, where you just sit there trying different combos until you get until you get it to open. This is like not a, it's such a, these are the kind of puzzles that I think when somebody thinks about, this is spun around the wrong way, isn't it? Oh. Crap. Spin. So this needs to be spun like this. Okay, and if I spin, yep, spin here. Yeah, this is that puzzle that takes me an inordinately long amount of time, because it's just, this is going to be me just trying my best to get this to work. Okay, this. Okay, this is disconnected now. I think if I spin it like that. Something feels wrong. But this is one of those puzzles that I feel like is one of those ones that just drives me nuts, despite the fact that I don't think it should. Okay. Which is not to say that it's a poorly designed puzzle. I just recognize that I am kind of, I solve puzzles like an actual like ape, and I know that. Okay, so spin. Spin. Okay, spin. Crap. Okay. That is wrong. Because then it needs to go like this. I forgot that this puzzle is pain, so give me one moment and I'll see if I can't solve it, because this is pain. I think when I first did this, I actually had to just sit here and mentally just plot it out before I moved. Oh wait, no. Move this back. And then this needs to move like this. I think. Ugh. Yeah, this is that puzzle that makes me sad. Mickey, what is your stance on Mr. Bean? Oh, he's cool. Rowan Atkinson? He's very cool. Why do I feel like there's a pun coming? I know it's coming, I just don't know when. Okay, that's wrong. That's very wrong. What am I doing wrong? I feel like there's a pun coming, but I'm not sure where it is yet. Let's see. What am I... What's my objective? This is still wrong because this is facing the wrong way. Now this is correct, but this spins, so... Ah! Okay. Spin. 2, 3. This. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Incorrect. Spin. Yeah, this is that puzzle that makes you go crazy. No pun, just wondering what your thoughts are on the character. Oh! Well, I mean, he's cool. I like Rowan Atkinson. He's a fantastic comedian, and I think what he does for comedy is arguably one of the funnier things you can do, which is just being able to make people laugh with minimal effort is very good. It's impressive. Okay, yeah, I just need to start. I need to stop thinking, because clearly that's the problem. Because I'm clearly not getting this through actually trying to solve it. Oh, I solved it. You know, sometimes there is this. If there's any lesson I can impart to anybody, sometimes it's best to just shut up and stop thinking. GG. Sometimes you just need to tell your brain, because there's a certain point where you're thinking too much. And I know that, because that's the thing. There are two different ways you can solve a puzzle. You know what I mean? There is the intellectual method, and then there's the Unga Bunga method. By combining the two, you end up with the ability to work based on the two foundational principles of the human body, which is instinct and intellect. Because if you don't put the two together, that's what I call the Tetris Zen. Yeah, exactly. Because your mind knows what you need to do, and your mind is good at figuring things out subconsciously. Sometimes you just need to shut up and let your body and mind work in concert, work together. Because overthinking puts too much strain on the mind. And sometimes that's also true when it comes to even just working. I have found that it is very easy for me to just overtax myself just by virtue of just thinking too hard, where I'm like, oh, I am trying to be too smart about this. Because sometimes you just need the most simple plan possible. Why did I go the wrong way? I came out the wrong way, didn't I? That's foolish of me. You go the other way. But there's a great deal of problems you can solve by just letting your mind go for a little bit. I can also say that's also a matter. It's also a matter of instinct when you're dealing with other people too. When there are certain times where you just have to say, "All right, no, just be yourself, be natural, be calm, be cool." Okay, key has been activated. We have the third one. When I get in the zone and pieces move without planning, yeah, because because even no matter how much you study something and how much you understand it in terms of theoretical knowledge, the best place for your mind to be is in practice, in the zone, as it were. Okay, I'm gonna use up my blood because honestly, unless you're at full health, there's no point in holding on to it. So there we go. I'm at full health again. And that's true in a lot of games. Any game that has a tempo or a rhythm, those are the kind of games where you just get in this zone and start moving. I could talk about tempo as well, because tempo is a great piece of games. And I think horror games are one that I think have the most trouble with maintaining a flow, because the player oftentimes is going to be scared. They're going to be hesitant to move forward. And if you have hesitation, then your flow will constantly be interrupted by the player being unable to move forward. Also, I think I'm... Oh, okay, yeah, now I can come down here, activate the console. All right. Now we need funny ball. For the first time, for the last time. It's going to grab from the top, so I need to wait till it goes back up. Okay. So this ball is important because it is transport. All right, use the thing. Fingers in the holes. All right. So now this big arm thing is going to take the ball. We have ball now. And I think the best puzzle solving is unconscious, where you understand very well what you're trying to do and you know the tools that you're using to get to it. And this game has a lot of conscious puzzle solving, where it's not a matter of intuition or unconscious thought. It is a lot of you having to piece together all of these things and know where it's going to go and how it's going to work, and trying to come to grips with the mechanics of the situation. And that's not always obvious or easy. In fact, I would wager that some of this is probably some of the hardest to figure out at times. I will use the thing. Give me ball. Thank you. I'll take that. All right, cool. We're just going to leave that there for now because we can. It's nice. All right, now we raise the platform. Does make me wonder why all that stuff has returned from feeding Doggo. Oh, very good. Doggo deserves it. Doggo always deserves. My dogs have been... They were a little fidgety today, but I think it's just because they're getting back to their routine. Alright, I put ball here. Ball is put there. Now that ball has been put down, we can now take the ball and move it somewhere else. I'm actually really happy. Also, I saw we breezed by the hour mark. I didn't even see. I'm sorry. Apologies. How everybody got? Everybody had a good day. How's anybody got good plans for the weekend? Next week is Halloween, though. I imagine that's gonna be the big weekend for plans. I am taking it a little easy. I'm gonna do D&D stuff, but I'm not like gonna be moving too fast. Back Hort. Your back do be hurting, huh? It's unfortunate. All right, we have exited the ball, so now we can leave. This ball will take us somewhere that we kind of don't want to be, but we do. At the very least, for everyone else, they'll be like, no, I don't want to be here, but... Nope, this is not, I think this is where we go to get transport, I think. Oh, yeah, we have to... Because I'd be carrying my team in TF2, of course. So yeah, the parasite is continuously just ripping in. So here's the key thing about this. I don't even know if it's necessary for this thing to keep gouging your stomach. It just does, and that's what I think highlights the fact that it's representative of... To me, I think it represents the burden that we carry of, like, regrets in our past. I think it's more about our past than... But I do think that the interpretation that this creature that we're carrying is a representation of toxic relationships and how they, quite frankly, will continue to eat at you while you carry them. I think that's a very good interpretation. It's not the one that I jump to, I think it's very good, and I think it's pretty close, but I think that it can represent both that, and to me, on my first playthrough, my thoughts I think are still about the same, that it represents the things we carry that oftentimes eat away at us, like regret, sin. Well, sin is regret, and I think that because it's interesting because I don't think many people would define their actions as sins because there's no regret involved with them. Because I think that what makes a sin is the regret. Hi. Good morning, sunshine. Time to die. Thank you. I'm gonna keep going. I'm also gonna reload. But that, to me, that's what makes a sin, is that a sin is something that you regret. And you regret it because it's a heinous act. But the problem is that only a good soul can feel regret. Because someone who's, you know, inherently evil, they don't regret anything. Also, do I have to go? I don't recall if I have to go that way. I think I do. This is the part that I'm like, oh, well, sort of. Ah, I just saw the, I saw the note for the puzzle to get the key. For the pistol, for the first gun you get. I saw the note I wrote down for it, and that's not safe for work. The term. Oh no, not you. I remember you. Okay. Oh, yep, you're still coming. So yeah, that thing, I call it the bowl. Those things are going to be a thorn in my side until we get another weapon. So expect that thing to be my nightmare for a while, because it's going to be. Okay, we gotta go. Go quick. Door. There we go. But I also think that this game does a good job of making the grotesque normal, because you're just hit with so much grotesque imagery that it's kind of hard for it to stay shocking over time. Like, these are tree roots just made to look like arteries. And yeah, they're kind of, you know, they're grotesque, but oh, yep, there it goes. Okay, controller went. Hang on. Ah, jeez. Okay, one moment. I have to grab new batteries. I knew it was gonna happen. Well, that was a jump scare on its own. Hang on. Ugh. Yeah. Okay. Headphones. Yeah. I got jump scared by the fact that it went dead quiet too. It was just like, oh, jeez. You know what? I feel like what do you guys think is a more effective jump scare? A very loud noise or the game suddenly going quiet when it was really loud? Because I feel like, to me, I feel like when a game goes suddenly quiet, that's way more unsettling than, oh, hey, there's a loud noise. I don't know. Like jump scares can be very effective, but I feel like it's far more adrenaline. It shoots my adrenaline up to a higher level when the game just says, hey, it's quiet now. And it's like, why is it quiet? It's like, well, you're going to find out soon. I'm like, huh? That's terrifying. I don't know. When the music cuts out in a game, that's when my nerves cut up. You know, they start ramping. All right, E. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. All right, cool. I think that by this point of the game, this is about when I started to grasp, like, exactly this puzzle. I think is when I grasped what the game was asking of me and how to move forward. Because I was pretty easily able to read the game from this point forward. Because I understood what consoles looked like. I understood what each piece of the world was asking of me when I see it. I see an ammo machine. I know what the ammo machine does. I know what these consoles do. I understand the mechanisms that make this world run. Stop it. Thank you. Au revoir. I'm gonna leave. You know, I wish I could speak more fluent French. Mainly just because I learned it for a time and I was pretty good at it. And then I kind of stopped, which made me sad. I really need to, like, kick myself in the pants when it comes to doing language work. Because I have Duolingo on my phone and I should just be doing it every day. But I don't, because I'm bad at it. Okay, let's see. All right, so we have this is now level 3. Or when music swaps from the usual cheerful music, it suddenly turns creepy. I think that's also a good one. I think that even just by shifting from a major key to a minor key, I think even that's just enough for me to be like, hey, what's going on? That's not normal. Because I think that when a game does something like that, that's enough for me to be like, what's going on? And that's really good. I think it's effective. Hi. Can I shoot you through this? I don't actually know. Oh, I can. That's helpful. All right, then. Well, I'm gonna go, and I think that because there's far more to me, the jump scare, while maligned, I don't think the jump scare is horrible, because jump scares aren't even horrible. They're just it's just that there are more effective methods of ramping tension. To me, a jump scare should be the climax of it should be the climax. It should be the release of the tension. Just throwing a jump scare doesn't, to me, it doesn't raise tension. That is the release of tension. So when you get hit with too many jump scares, it's kind of like trying to ask somebody to, it's kind of a weird sensual thing, but it's kind of like asking somebody to reach the end of, a certain act multiple times in a row. Hi, you don't stop when I do that. Okay, thank you. You're out of the way. Thank you. That's very nice. Kind of you. Okay. We're just gonna try and run by enemies, though, because I don't want to waste ammo. But the key thing is that I personally think that the jump scare should be the end of a sequence, not the beginning. I think my favorite form of it wasn't even really a jump scare, but it felt like one, was in The Woman in Black. There's that one scene where Daniel Radcliffe's character is reading something, and in the background, out of focus of the camera, the Woman in Black moves across the back of the screen, and you just see her in the back, and that's all you get. No, nothing else. No audio cue for her. Nothing. Just she's in the back. Oh, good morning. Hi. Nope. Oh crap. Jeez, I always forget how to get around you. Okay, that's a little weird. Stop. 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 Ah, to heck with caution. You know what? That's a worthwhile expenditure. But I think that far more effectively is that it's through the creation of suspense that I think that a game and a movie or anything is made scarier. I don't really think that, I don't think that ramping, I think you can ramp fear far better and more effectively by using other methods. I think that by just, you don't make something scarier by just saying, oh yeah, here's a jump scare, here's your 30th jump scare. You don't, that doesn't make it scary. I think that it's far more effective to, what did I do wrong? Definitely did something wrong, but I don't remember what. One thing. Okay. Let me see my notes. Use multi-tool against switch, make way around beasts. Multi-tool to open gates. Spar another runaway when possible. Elevator to the side, open gate. Access level 3 door key. Okay, so I just need the level 3 thing. So I just need level 3. But where's the... Oh, that's right. There's a door somewhere here that's level 3. Where is it? Here's the level 3. I think that when you swap the music to be creepier, I feel like even just the slight movement of from whatever key you're in, moving it down a key, musically moving things down a key, I think that's highly effective. Even that alone is enough to just be like, hey, this is terrifying. I think the move from major key to minor key is more than enough to make someone that makes their hair stand on end, I think I just realized I need to use the elevator. I need to go back up the elevator. Hang on. My bad. Let me go back up. I made a mistake. Where am I? What did I do wrong? I did something wrong, and I'm not sure what. Or am I? Okay, wait, no. Open that back up. Think the trombone champ has the pleasant jump scares? I think so. But it's like that, and I think that, you know what's funny? You know what's a game that I actually think earns its jump scares? Five Nights at Freddy's actually earns the jump scare. And it's a good reason why, because the entire night you are dealing with, you're dealing with the animatronics. And by extension, because you're dealing with them, I think I did something horribly wrong, but I don't know what I did. But by ramping the tension throughout the night, you make it earned. You earn that jump scare. Not many games do that, where they earn their jump scares. And the ones that do, I feel like, are the ones that people they're divided on at first, and then they agree that it's really scary. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I need to go back to the elevator because I think that's where I need to go. Forgot that those things ragdoll. And I think effective horror, and that's why I think this game isn't necessarily like horror in the same way, because there's not often tension. In fact, if you if you take this game mechanically and take it for what it is, and you take it on that level, this game isn't super scary, because mechanically you're just trying to avoid monsters and manage resources. There's not a whole ton of adrenaline. There's not tension or suspense. There is intrigue. This game is very intriguing. A lot of the games, like, honestly, a lot of the game's appeal is that it is grotesque. It's intriguing. It's strange to look at. I just realized I didn't have to go fight that other beast. Oh, that's a whoopsie on my part, but that's fine. All right, we take the blood. We are way, but I remember that that out of nowhere, a time when indigo is the thing for timepieces. Like the color indigo. I think I know what you mean too. I think I know what you're talking about. Actually, I don't need to do that. I have enough health. Never mind. Yeah, buddy? You happy? Oh yeah, the thorns. Forgot about that. Indigo W. Ah, I see. Okay. Makes sense. Alright. Now I believe I am going... Yep, I'm going. Okay, so now we're going somewhere very different. And this place is... I believe it's referred to as the bottom, as the lowest point. And this place is gonna suck. Not indigo. Indiglo. Indiglo. Ah, I see. Indigo. I didn't see the... I read it wrong because my brain just... I parsed as indigo because I was like, oh, indigo. Okay. I think I understand what you mean, though, still. In case... But for people who don't know, explain it so that we can discuss it properly, because I feel like I feel like I remember, but now my brain is like, wait, do you? Indigo. Indiglo. Indio. Ow. My bones. Okay, well, I'll just leave you alone. Ow. Thank you. Just gonna run by. Other places to be. But, yeah, no, it's like, there are certain things that go in and out of style, too. There's a green, blue, black lighting for watches from Time X. Ah, I see. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, see, you know what's a funny thing? That is, I actually do see something, though, in that. And that's that the style of the time. In video games, we actually have, I think there's a good number of video games now that basically they had traditions that were being created and removed as fast as they were being made. Because a lot of games were coming up with these ideas and all these... Oh, geez. I forget how to deal with you. I know I have to go around you, but... Damn it! Ow. Ah, freaking... Ow! Damn it! Ow. I hate these things. But there's a style of the time, right? Where you just have this weird trend that comes up and consistently stays. I would like to say nowadays we have a diverse and varied pool of video games that are coming out all the time. And I think because of that, we have far less of that going on, where we have these games that are coming out of the style of the ow. Shit, bless America. Excuse me, not dealing with you either. Where you have games that are, you know, the style of the time. I think we still have some, but it's more genre-specific styles than major trends. I know right now there's also a lot of farming games coming out right now. Like the farming sims there's a big surge of those right now, but even those aren't necessarily a tell of that, oh, we're moving into this huge boom of those games, because there's also Pokemon and, you know, there's all these other games coming out in the same time frame. So I am grateful that we don't have these, oh, we're going to only make a certain genre of game and that's gonna be the major big blockbusters all the time. I appreciate it that the environment for game design has become so varied that we have all these different games releasing at different times. Okay, this is going to be another major puzzle area, as I recall. We're going to meet, I'm going to refer to him as... Wait, this is the part I just realized. Where is it? One-shot things. Journalists go right. And... enter... Ah! Yep, that's where the most vulgar of my notes is. Yep, okay, yep, I remember now. I wrote down a note because of what it looked like, and it... Alright. This is a part we just kind of run, so... Gotta go. Alright, guys, time to meet, millennials living out the fantasy of owning property and having meaningful relationships with people nearby. By the way, this is Phil. Don't mind him, he's just here. Thanks, Phil, for holding the thing we need to open. Unfortunately, I have to cut you open a little bit. Just gonna make an incision here. Yeah, I forgot about that. Hi, Phil. Yeah, sorry, I know, it hurts. At least it'll be all over in like 30 minutes tops. Yeah, Echo, I feel like... But I feel like, though, that's why those games took off, is that we have more people who are... And I don't want to say escapism is bad, because I think escapism is necessary, this game. Yeah, that's about where it is. Yeah, you're not wrong, Games Pizza. But, ow, my face. Ow, my face again. Can you quit it? For your insolence. Oh, I have blood this time, though. I have blood this time. Oh, thank God. Cool, thank you. The irony of emptying a being named Phil. You're right. Infinite ammo? No, I have very limited ammo. I'm just shooting this guy because I hate him. Not because I have infinite ammo. But, yeah, this game is, this game. It's pretty up there. But the, I feel like escapism is very good until you rely on it. Having it as a anchor, I think having it as something that helps you is good. But using it as a crutch, oh yeah, yes, hate the feeling that unites us all. I mean, I feel like for there to be love, you need to be capable of hate, and the fact that I'm capable of extremely loving most games and being capable of many things, it means that I am capable of hatred beyond hatred. It is vital to the human feeling. The human experience is one of many emotions. To deny any of them is to deny humanity. So understand that you can feel hatred. It's okay. Even if it's just passive-aggressive hatred where you just kind of go, well, nerd. All right, let's see. Yes, here it is. All right, second incision. Yeah. Hi, Phil. I forgot. I forgot he looks at you like that. Yeah, Sorry, buddy. Yeah, I know, it hurts. At least in like 20 minutes tops, this will be all over, maybe. Cool. What game was that where they talk about transferring your conscience? Oh, there's a few, but I'm trying to think of which one you're talking about. Part of me wanted to say, why is my first thought System Shock? That's not right. But there's a couple, but I know Cyberpunk also had a thing. There is a plot point about conscious stuff, personality stuff, but I don't remember. I do not recall. I think Soma, maybe? Is it a 3D RPG? Trying to remember. Which way do I go? I heard that. Stop. You big nerd. All right, I'm out of here. Ow. Jerk. I think it's this way. Nope, that's a level 4. I need to go back. Go the other way. I think I remember that. Oh, right, I need to go to the lower levels. I remember now. Okay. Yeah, Soma. Okay, yeah, no, Soma. Yeah, that I saw somebody I saw Reezy playing that, and I was really excited to watch her play that. I watched some of it. I was not able to watch a ton of it, but I was able to sit and watch for some. I have not actually played Soma. Now that I think about it. Let's see. How do I go down? Oh, it's down is that way. I remember now. Okay, so I think I need to go down into the... Have you played it? I have not played Soma. I need to, though. Probably should. I remembered Soma, though, because I remember seeing... Oh, yeah, my arms are getting messed up. That's okay. I remember there's a part of the game that I just remember very well. It was the part that I was watching Reezy playing, and I was like really into that because it was really cool. I forget what it was, though. I forget what part it was. Also, when you're talking about augmenting the body, cybernetics is the word I was thinking about but couldn't recall. See, what's interesting to me is that cybernetics is a very weirdly vague term to me. Oh yeah, baby, I forgot about this thing. Here we go. But it's interesting because cybernetics in this world would be the equivalent of a very, very demented plastic surgery in our world. Okay, so we need to go all the way this way, and we can... Also, yeah, by the way, this is a, check this out. You know, I feel like that was my fault. Okay, well, that was, I forgot they don't give you ammo. And there's an ammo thing, I just remember there's an ammo thing to the left of the machine. Let me guess. In my notes, if I recall correctly, let's see. That was the parasite. No, the ammunition... The gun is connected to the parasite, but the gun, there's this little pod thing. I'll show you when I load in. This little pod thing holds my ammunition. Oh, cool. Thank you. Wait, no. Give me back my shotgun. Thank you. Okay. So now we have access to this in the ammo section. No, but, oh, this time it hit you. No, that was not the parasite. That was another monster. That was the, I call it the bull. That's what the enemy type I call it. The big dude is a bull. The parasite, though, did hit me, and it messed up my right arm now as well as my left, which kind of sucks. Let's see. Did it say in this part, lowermost, go right, then go all the way, find blood machine first, blah, 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 F the enemies. Oh. And I referred to it, yep, shotgun. There is a note about the ammo machine, and yeah, that was my bad. All right, now then, now I can show you guys how this works. No, but the parasite is on my back at all times, and it is connected to my body, and it holds this thing. But no, the enemy that killed me was over there. This guy. Let me go show you what's good. Now I can show you what's good. 2-shot. There we go. So yeah, this shotgun is going to be our saving grace for a very long time. And it will likely be our favorite. Okay, I think I need to use the elevator. As I recall. Yes? Oh, good morning. You know what? I did that out of spite, and I apologize. I really did just get angry with this dude. Alright, cool. I don't want to die yet. Shotgun is best gun. I think it is the best of the weapons in the game. There is only one other weapon in the game, and I despise it. I don't really like it. That said, you don't have much time with it, and it's just not a very fun weapon to use. Okay, why did I come up here now? I used that elevator, and now I'm up here, but now I don't know why. Where am I? Ah, I see. I'm gonna go this way. Let's see. Ah, level 4 door. Yes, okay. Level 4 door. Alright. I think shotguns in all like survival horror are probably the best weapons. Because the shotgun is usually like the best last resort you have. Howdy doody. And it's usually the strongest weapon because it shreds enemies up close. And since most enemies in survival horror want to get close, it's generally looked favorably upon to have a shotgun of some kind. Dropped in an example of the Indigo in general. I will check it in a moment. Okay, run. I remember being given a lot of watches when I was growing up, and I actually never wear watches. Watches and hats are two things I almost never deal with if I can help it. In fact, if I wanted to disguise myself in any capacity, I probably would just put on a baseball hat and wear a watch. Same? Yeah, it's like, it's not like, oh, I'm gonna tell people like, oh, you know, wearing watches is lame. It's like, no, it's just not my style, you know? I just recognize very well that my style is very much not wearing those kind of things. Okay, let's see. Where am I going? Oh, I can go down and open that door. That would work. I could do that. Brain, work with me here. But watch it. I feel like it's just because whenever I put on a watch, I always play with it, and it's just like I constantly slap at it. And that's kind of true for anything I put on my wrist. I used to wear a necklace, but I ditched that. And by ditch it, I mean I respectfully stopped wearing it. Really like watches, but I can't say a thing on my wrist. Yeah, it's about... I like the idea of a watch, but I do not do well wearing one. It is kind of like a... I just don't feel the same wearing one. I don't know. It's very weird. I feel like I messed up and I missed the turn to go to get the other side. But I can just run back really quick if I need to, so I'm not horribly worried about it. I'll just do that. I'll just do that. I don't feel like dealing with you. I don't feel like dealing with that. See, pocket watches, I feel like pocket watches are maligned because they're like weirdly clunky. The best way I can describe is that they're weirdly clunky, you know, where it's just, they're weird. They have like just a weird amount of unnecessary like chain. I remember some people I knew in school tried to make them cool again, but yeah, they're kind of hard to make cool, you know, where it's like, I think pocket watches are a very cool aesthetic, but I feel like you don't really end up ever owning one for a reason that's like that's like reasonable. You know, you don't. Most people do not go out of their way to buy a pocket watch. Usually, if they get a pocket watch, they inherit it from somebody or they get it from somewhere else. More often than not, you are never getting your own pocket watch for a reason. They need to be practical and slick. Most of them are so extra. Yeah, that's true. Well, and back in the day, it was nice, to, you know, that you know, level of extraness was kind of necessary and, you know, important. Okay, we are going to take this, though. All right, here we go. And I think that a lot of design like that is made redundant due to just the nature of how we tell time now. Because I use my phone most of the time when it comes to, oh, I need to tell time. I use it almost like a pocket watch, you know, where I just see the time on my phone and I can just do it that way. Excuse me. All right, there's another one behind me and I don't need to deal with it. All right. What we really came up here for is the ammo necessary to deal with the enemy. I'm now realizing I think I know where I missed the last one. The last thing. Hey, Phil. Alright. We can grab blood while we're here too, which is nice. Blood. I think most things for me, it's like I have to have a practical reason to use them, and pocket watches just don't have a practical reason. I don't have a very good reason to use them. If I had a good reason to use one, I probably would, but I don't, so I don't. Okay. Need to use this and open up this gate up ahead. Similarly, I feel like this game's world design is both, it's pragmatic, but I'm also curious as to the industry. Because, you know, this whole place is an industrial building with a purpose and a reason. And I can't help but wonder, to what end is this built for? I also just realized I didn't even open the other side, did I? I feel like I'm really just... Why am I so unfocused right now? Which is weird, because I was... Oh, wait, no, that's why. Oh, that's right. I need the level 4 thing to open this anyway, so... Don't know why I'm being so weird. A smart pocket watch is what I mean. Wonder if there's a digital version. Actually, come to think of it, a digital pocket watch would probably be... It would be a little redundant, because if you consider the idea of, like, you know, the smartphone, but... It's in the middle of a 30-minute match, and it updated during the middle of the match to force my progress to reset during them. Oh. Oh, that sucks. That's sad. Actually, yeah, no, hecko, now that I think about it. But yeah, that sucks. Now I'm thinking about it, like, ugh. But the, now I'm thinking about it critically. What if you did have... If you did have a pocket watch that worked... You like a, what was it? What was the thing called? Like a smartwatch, but pocket size, like a pocket version. Actually, that would basically just be turning the smartwatch into a pocket watch, which wouldn't that kind of defeat the purpose of the smartwatch? Maybe I'm mistaken, but wouldn't that be the case? I don't know. Maybe I'm just not savvy enough to understand. Heard that dude. Heard the little dude. I think it's... Yeah, I think it's up there. Let me go check. Isn't that technically a phone? Yeah, see, that's what it is, but I'm just thinking because we already have the smart watch, which is just a phone with extra steps. Okay, hi, buddy. Let me check my notes. Go down to ball capsule. No, okay. Ball to next area, lower right, find blood machine, enemies, go up elevator, up ramp, big guy there, to right, level 4 key, go back down to left to station, level 4 gate, head up upon right side, door level 4, far side, use elevators to reach console to exit last pillar gate. Ah, I mean, you wouldn't take calls from it. Well, and that's the thing, I feel like because the smartwatch doesn't take calls either, right? Unless I'm mistaken. Ah, I found it. Well, that was foolish of me. But because you don't make calls on the smartwatch either, unless you do. But because you could use a pocket watch version of a smartwatch in the same way. Smartwatch actually does. Well, and it can because the two are connected, but your phone generally goes somewhere else. So it uses your phone as a sort of like the main like piece of the design, but. So you could, in theory, build a smartwatch version that works like a pocket watch. In fact, you could even have it connected to your phone via some sort of like metallic wire. For the drip, I guess. I don't know. See, that's the thing. It doesn't seem very practical when you put it that way, right? Ooh. Pardone, Howie. Okay, I need to open the level 4 door. Or Bluetooth. Yeah, I think it uses Bluetooth, but either way, it still is kind of it does kind of feel like you're reinventing the wheel a little bit, right? Like, I feel like that's what it feels like to me right now, is that, yeah, technically it is right, and it would be a device, but I don't know how effective it'd be, you know? Okay, the doorway is on the left here, as I recall. Somewhere. What? Where is it? I always forget where this doorway is. I think it's on the other side. Maybe it's on the other side? I think so. Yes, it is. Okay, no, I remember now. The door coming up that I missed the first time, I think. Nope, it was the other side. I feel like this is that part that I always get lost in. Not saying it would be for everyone, it is a niche product. You know what, I mean, even the smartwatch is a niche product. I don't think many people... I don't know many people who use one. In fact, I think the most I can think of is that I think my brother has... His is more of it's like a metronome and has all these other, like, specific features, but it is technically a smartwatch, but it's not, like, connected to his phone. It's just, you know, like, a device. More specifically for music stuff than anything, but... What the heck? Why did I come back here? Okay, I am lost. Okay, what did I missed one of these, but I'm trying to remember which one. Okay. Yeah, this is the part of the game that I always get a little lost in, and I remember getting lost. I think I only didn't get lost when I came through here the first time because I did the level 4 key first, which I think kept me on track a little better. Level 4 key. I'm back here now. How did I get back here? Intriguing. A wrist MP3 player with time functions then? Pretty much. The trouble is that any sort of you know, quote unquote innovation when it comes to making smart devices, most of them are redundant. You know, you end up with a form of redundancy one way or the other because of it. I don't think there are many smart devices that we haven't been already designed or, you know, formulated. Okay. So I need to get to it's the right side one that I haven't gone in yet, so. Right? Let me make sure, because I feel like that is going to influence which way I try to go next. Which one did I get? Okay, there's this one and that one, so I need to go to the right side. Yes, okay. I feel like this part, it's again that whole I'm fighting the environment sort of thing where I'm trying to mentally picture where I'm going. And because it's very hard for me to mentally grasp this area, it's kind of difficult for me to comprehend. Shut up. I'm just going over here. Oh, it's right here. Yep. Yeah. Yep, of course. Okay, so the Zoom is my 3rd gen iPod. No extra features and just a hard drive that plays music. I remember having I had one of those tiny ones as well. I also remember, this is what I used to do. I burned a couple of CDs. And this is what I used to do for marching band trips. I had a CD player. One of those, I think it was a Sony CD player. I forget which one. It was this little black box thing that just ran the CD, and I would just listen to my music that way with like some earbuds. Very 2000s. It was very good, very impressive. Okay, now we have to solve this weird light bright puzzle. All right, cool, we did it. Music isn't taken in and by MP3s anymore. It's all streaming, so owning music isn't a thing much. I still really like owning CDs. I actually do buy CDs when I can. I like listening to them in my car. I have a collection of CDs in my car. They're actually in a bag in my back seat, and I really like them. I think my favorite one right now is that at a garage sale I found Astro Lounge by Smash Mouth. That is the album with All Star, but all of the other songs on it, in my opinion, are better. I love the songs on Astro Lounge. But I feel like CDs still have a place in our mind, because it's the first to see CD player in a car. I actually specifically got a car that specifically had one because I didn't want to get one without one. I have to go up the upper staircase. That's right. Flash bits. All right, up we go. I actually have, my car still has one, and it's really nice. All right, so we made it past the lower section. Gibby. Let's see. And now we're up to I believe this is the train station. This section of the game is intriguing because this is where, yeah, so there was clearly mass transit. This is built as mass transit, right? Like, why would you build structures like this without the intent of having many people or, you know, organisms here? Also, the fact that height-wise... Also, yeah, Phil's dead. Don't worry about him. He's fine. The forever box is fine. He likes to sleep there. But yeah, we are now much higher vertically than we were before. By going downwards into basically hell. Oh yeah, we have to have this happen again. Yep, thanks, buddy. Ow. I don't know why I like the fact that your guy just kind of... It's interesting how much acceptance he has in his system, really. Just of his situation. Can we get much higher? One more time. Also, check this out. Welcome to Caffel. This is probably the coolest part of the game in terms of its visuals. because we just get to ride this train. But yeah, this is what I mean. The fact that there are rail lines, this tells me that there was clearly a plan for transit. And I really... It's also a vertical one, by the way, so... The fact that terrain is not that big of a deal because you have these big structures and stuff. Like, look at all this. Like, look out there. Like, seriously, look. It's nuts. But I'm trying to imagine, though, what sort of society would be built like this and how would it be organized? Because to me, it would be almost a dog-eat-dog kind of, like, horrifying meritocracy, but I almost wonder if this was a world that functioned. But I don't know. There are so many more questions that don't need answers. Also, yeah, here we are, Castle Wolfenstein. So yeah, this castle is the higher plane. This is the place we are trying to go. This is the end goal. It's also one of the few times it plays legitimate music. Like this one note, yeah, but still. This place is the end goal. I also just realized it's only been 2 hours. What the heck? How did I do this? How am I here already? This makes no sense. This perturbs me. Alright. Now then. We have to leave. So this is the castle. I don't know what that statue's doing. I just look over like, huh. I didn't notice that one the first time I went through. So this place is ethereal and brighter with good reason. I personally believe this is the upper class. This is where the something cursed about the Pokemon randomizer we're playing. Anything evolution? Yes. So I'll come back to your Pokemon randomizer in a moment, but it is really cool though. I do like I might need to play it at some point if you can get me that at some point because I want to see it. But one thing I realized about this place that if you interpret this as a classist, as a take on classism, this is the upper class. This is the place put far away from the rest of society, untouchable by anyone else. And to be able to walk here is a privilege. But to me, it's like this is the place that this is the goal. This is the place that lets you leave your burdens. What the heck? Okay, don't look at that ever again. All right, so and this is the this is a giant brain. It is. I'm gonna refer to it as a higher place. We'll come back to that, but it is important that we have to deal with that at some point. And first, we have to go... I believe we have to go downstairs first. Nope, not this door. Nope, not this one. I remember now that this is not where we go first. But I do think that this is probably one of the more... This is probably the most important place in the game. And definitely one of the more symbolic ones. Because a lot of the areas are very... Like, a lot of the areas have, you know, symbolism in their area, but this area is laden with symbols, with things that mean something that might not be obvious from the beginning. Can I use this right now? Am I able to? I haven't done the thing, so I am... Oh, wait, no, that's later. Never mind. Crap baskets. Okay, so... welcome... Here's the demon baby. Alright, so this demon baby is important because we're gonna kill him. Alright, little baby. Time to die. So... But yeah. This place is really important. And it's got a lot of weird stuff going on, but whether it's a reference to the upper class or... Alright. Silence, baby. Alright, cool. Thank you. But to me, either way, this is a place that does not mind the suffering of others. Case in point, I'm going to show you what we do with the babies. Besides the fact that these babies power those weird automaton things, they also are, for some reason, a fuel source. Quite literally, using blood as a fuel source. Living beings as fuel source. So, there's a lot of, you know, metaphor in doing this. Alright, just blend the baby. Thank you. So yeah, that's curse as heck, but you know. It happens. Baby gets deleted. And now that we have deleted the baby, we can now plug the baby's the blood into this mother-like figure. Which is kind of disturbing. Also, I guess the odd thing about these things, and I'll be able to show it again later, but these things don't bleed. These beings do not, they don't actually have blood flowing through them, they just use it. Which is, you know, kind of weird, if I'm being honest. Okay. Good to know. And we gotta go do that. So we have to go do this now, which, yeah, it's gonna stink. But we have to go do this. So this part is the part of the game that I was kind of not super looking forward to doing again because it makes me sad. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. So this part of the game makes me sad for a very specific reason, and that reason is for his actual trainer battle I do, he has a Togekiss and wrecks me with Oblivion Wing. Well, that's kind of confusing. I don't think it... Wait, can it learn Oblivion Wing? Ah, that's weird. I don't think it can. So, here's the key thing that you guys need to know. This is a very important encounter in this game. No, it can't. Yeah, that makes sense. So... Alright, cool. So we have blood. I'm gonna use one of these right now, just to... Okay, we're gonna take baby. I think, did it bring another one in? Yeah, it did. Okay. Moves are randomized. Ah, I see, I see. But this is the part of the game that actually had me stuck for quite a while. And that's mostly due to the combat of this game. And you're gonna see why. Alright, put him in. Plug in the baby. Alright, there we go. Baby. Unfortunately, this one wakes up. Ow. So, this is the one and only boss fight of the game. This thing. Sort of. Well, you know what? I say one and only in a very... I'll say one and only in a very sarcastic way. I forgot about the implosion grenade. Okay, gotta keep moving. So this dude will continuously shoot at you until he needs to reload, which I believe is after 8 or 10 shots. I think it's 8, but I always forget. No, it's 10. And the best way to deal with it is to run around it and just, you know, avoid it until it needs to reload and try to do it that way, but easier said than done at times. I just follow this little line on the ground in front of me and just keep moving because I don't want to get hit. That grenade launcher does a lot of damage, by the way, so it's not great to get hit by it. Ugh. I actually am very uncertain about these automatons because I don't quite know how they were made. Because again, this workshop isn't explained. They never explain this kind of thing, so... I do appreciate the reload animation, though, where it blurs out. I don't know, I think it's definitely a lot cooler now that I can see it. And I think more games stylistically could do it, because it's a lot of fun. I think it's a lot of fun when they do that, because it does also add this wrinkle of, hey, I can see that thing, and it's kind of... it's moving. Okay, just gonna keep moving. It is curious, though, that they make a boss fight for the very end of the game, though. Because a boss fight feels odd, right? Like, this... There's not a lot of combat, so having a boss fight... It's like, it makes sense to me, but I don't quite understand using this specifically as the boss fight, you know? Because this is actually a question mark for me, because I don't quite know exactly the symbolism. My current guess that just popped into my head is that even these babies, like the weird, well, I call them babies, but they're the little demon dudes, even they have sentience and don't want to just be sacrificed for nothing. Or at least to them it's nothing. So I imagine that they're meant to represent those beings that don't want to be at the expense of the system. But unfortunately, they don't really have a say. All right, and now I have to land a shot on his stomach when he's... Oh, right. This is the part that always... this is the part that bothers me. It bothers me a little bit. So, instead of finishing the job... yeah, this happens. Oh, that guy doesn't even kill you either. He just throws you. Ow. But even these things don't want to be scorned by the society that they're in. They don't want to be ripped apart at its expense. Ow. Also, yeah, those do a single health bar every shot, so taking 8 hits is basically a loss, which kind of sucks. It sucks for me, but. Ooh. Yeah, you have to spend a lot of time just moving around these guys because they just chase you. Man, this guy does not want to shoot, huh? Oh, jeez. Oh, there's an attack he does that. Yeah, there it is. Ah, missed. Yeah, this part's a little slow because you have to just chase him a lot. Oh, I missed. Uh-oh. Ugh. Ow. Ow. I'm just gonna keep moving. But yeah, this is the... It's interesting that they had to design a boss fight, though, because I wonder if this was a decision based on story or if it was based on, you know, mechanical variety, because, oh, we haven't had any combat-heavy sections, and to have a section like this is really... It feels a bit odd, actually, you know, because it does feel a little bit forced, right? Okay, run like this, try to get him to... I missed again, didn't I? Yep, okay, well. Ah, that's rough. At least I have a lot of ammo, but... Ow. One thing I did learn is that it can shoot through walls if you're not careful, if you, like, move in a certain angle, basically. It's a little odd, but... Ow. Freaking ow. Yeah, this part is very slow. This is the part of the boss fight that stuck me up the most. And the downside is that the checkpoint is before the boss fight, so if you fail this, you have to start all the way over. Which can really suck, and it really takes the wind out of your sails when it happens. There we go. You kind of have to do like Bloodborne, where you have to parry him with the gun. Which is not very easy to do. I don't... It's very hard for me to put my guard down like that and just say, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, you know, hopefully take the hit. Keep moving. Jeez. At least design-wise, this boss fight, this arena is big enough that you can run away from him, so it's not horrible, but it can be very taxing. Ow. Oh, that's the wrong punch. Wrong punch. Wrong punch. I do not want to get punched like that. Okay, can you please punch me the other way? There we go. I think... Nope, it's rule 3. That's right. I forget it's rule 3. I'm just gonna use my blood. Oh, that's right. No, it's rule 2. No, we're good. Okay. Hi, baby. Oh, right. You take that. Okay, so we get the grenade launcher, but this victory is short-lived because it's not very much a victory at all, which kind of feels bad. That said, the grenade... All right, so the grenade launcher is an interesting weapon because after this point, so we pick up baby. Baby. Hello. Hello, baby. How you doing? Time to put you into the nightmare dimension. Here's the door. Door. There it is. All right. Also, yeah, the animation of deleting these babies is very weird. I don't really know what else to call them. Like pygmies, small ones, demon children. I don't really know what to call them, but their design is odd because they're specifically made to look demonic, because not many things are made with the idea of like the connotation you're looking at them in, right? Where they're, oh yeah, they're meant to look a certain way, but this one really specifically makes them look a certain way. Also, yeah, this is when the infection of the parasite becomes very important, because now the gun is stuck to my hand. So I actually cannot use any other weapon than this. Oh, that's right. We need to do this. So you stand on this thing. And... cold beef. The grenade launcher is kind of a sad weapon because you don't even get to use it for anything like really fun. You just kind of get to use it for this and some puzzles, which feels kind of sad. Because you don't really even get to use it for a lot of fun, exciting things. You just get to use it for a specific thing, which is okay. It doesn't feel great, but it's okay. All right, hi. You're awake too. Hello. At least this time your character has the cognizance to dodge. All right, so now I have to fight him with the grenade launcher. And at first glance, you'd think, oh yeah, punch him. It's that easy. It's actually not at all punching him. That's the thing. Bro, run into a wild Blastoise. That's kind of cool, though. Blastoise is cool. Oh. By the way, did you know you can hold B and stop evolution? So if you like something, you can stop it from evolving. Fun fact. So our goal is to get him to reload. We need him to reload at least once. This is puzzle solving that when I had to do, it was not obvious to me, but when I figured it out, it made total sense. Here you go, buddy. So you fire the grenade into his backpack and, yeah, that happens. Oh. Hello, small one. Time to throw you into the blender. Yeah, I'm still not 100% sure what these guys are supposed to represent, but they're kind of gross. So, yeah, we will have to deal with these a few times. Okay. So I'm going to put this in here. I should go back and go get more grenade launcher ammo because we kind of need it. All right, crush the baby. Yeah, for some reason we just decide to, yeah, we're just gonna turn this thing into mush. All right, let me go back. Oh, never mind. I forgot about that. All right, so we have, Okay, so this is a part of the game that I actually recall pretty well because of just how weird it is. So our hands are covered by the infection of the parasite. We are now pretty much fully covered by this thing. And we have to finish the job, as it were. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna turn, oh wait, that's right. So I remember now. You can't turn this in because your hands are covered, because you can't grab anything. So you need to deal with that. The way we deal with this is both disturbing and impressive. So first, we're going to fire a grenade in there. Which breaks some stuff. And these areas are gorgeous, by the way. I think that the aesthetic of it all is absolutely gorgeous. And having to solve these puzzles the first time, I was very taken aback by what was necessary. And this is a necessary sacrifice. Oh yeah, this is gonna hurt, by the way, so take someone's hand, I take it. Sort of. Basically, I rip the flesh of the infection off for at least enough time for me to do something with my hands. So I need to run across very quickly and open this door. So you need to open this door with, because you can't use the key otherwise. And then you open the door. Yeah, by the time this grows back up, I have to, it's good. So that's covered again. So now I have to go back. So I'll show you guys what I have to do first. Why didn't this go off? What the heck? Oh, do I not have the level 5 key? Why do I not have the level 5? That's worrying. Where is the level 5? You make sure I know what I'm doing. Okay, yep. Okay, so that's right. So I have to use this first. Okay, no, I remember now. Also, yeah, this is going to take a bit of my life total down, so we're gonna have to be careful. I'm gonna use this really quick. Ow. Blech. So we don't get to necessarily take someone's hand, though. I wish we could, though, because we'd have a better hand. But the use of this mechanic to force you to have to, you know, time yourself out well, I think is interesting. It's a lot of fun. Ugh. Ow. Well, that was a mistake. Oh, I can't even take these without... Okay, that's unfortunate. And no blood, either. Uh-oh. I hope I don't accidentally kill myself trying to do this. Ow. Okay, so I need to grab the ammo, make the shot. Or at least grab the ammo. Yeah, the trouble in this section is that you have to make very good use of the time you have with your hands. Yeah. And this system of, you know, this give and take that the game makes you have, I think is interesting, but it's also really weird because it's a very strange and different section of puzzle solving than, you know, you started with. And I think it works, but it also is it's a very odd decision for the end of the game. Interesting, but odd. And that's a whiff. Ow. That's not a whiff. There we go. Right. Oh yeah, that's right. You have to... This is actually something that I do think is a little tough that on your life total is that you have to be very careful about how you use this because you only get so many uses before you run out of life, so you have to be very aware of of how many times you can stab yourself to get things to work. Okay, I'm gonna use this 1, 2. Might as well just use all 3 because no reason not to. Also, yeah, this is the part that I would call the masochist part. This is the Hellraiser part where you just have to spill blood, which feels bad. Okay, run, get the level 5 key. Now that we have the level 5 key, we can open the door in that other section. And now that and then since we can open that section, we can open... There is a special door we need to open. And this door that we need to open is it's very specific. And I think you guys will figure out what we're about to do when I open it. And it's gonna be kind of gross, but it'll be fun. Should have filled up on blood before doing that again. Those machines, by the way, only have so many. They only have so many uses per machine use. So if you use the machine to fill up on blood, it doesn't refill with more blood. Like, you can't go back and get more. It's you only get those many charges, which can make an unwinnable situation in theory. Also, I'm gonna go back and do this because I know I can't make it in time, so I'm gonna go back. But yeah, that is something that I have understood about this game that feels a little rough, is that you only have so many uses of blood and ammo in the game. So if you get in a situation where you can't win, there is a likelihood that you could stall yourself out, but the hope is that you're careful enough not to do that. That is the hope. Okay. Now we're gonna move with we only need our hands for one more thing, so we just need to go really quick. I forget which thing we need to activate, but I know we need to activate, I think it's just activate the console. Yep. Okay, good. We're good. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty gross. Okay. So yeah, the parasite is not happy at all with you trying to ditch him, which is a big part of this story. This is where I think the idea this is a metaphor for toxic relationships. The fact that this thing would rather see you dead than to let you go does speak very much to it being a, you know, metaphor for this sort of thing. Also, this is where you can best see the head of the shape of the head on the parasite is the same shape as the one that your original body was, like the first person you played as. All right, so we pull it off. So we're not in great shape at all, but we did pull the parasite off of us. It does get away though, so yeah, that's gonna be important later. But we have right now, for better or for worse, we ditched our other half, and now we have to make it with no weapons, no power. We just have to make it back to where we started in this area. And this is kind of the this is the part that I feel is the most overt with its messaging. Let's open the door. Well, it's the part right afterwards, so open the door. We just need to get back to the second body so we can turn it on. Where you said where you started scared me a bit. No, not like all the way to the beginning. We just need to go. Hecko, given yesterday when with Eternal Darkness, yeah, no, that it's reasonable to be worried. I actually feel I feel odd given that I also have determined that I can move very quickly through if I'm just focused, but yeah, no, not back to like beginning of the game. No, just we have to go back to where we started in the area. But yeah, this is actually something that is curious, and I'll highlight it when we get there. How different the beings of this plane, like this area, the beings of this castle, and that, like, you know, kind of are the ones that are the tenders, the ones who live here. The way that they react to certain things versus how your character reacts to pain, I feel like is very telling of the message. Because the way that this game portrays pain is that it's almost like pain is a very necessary but harsh thing for people who they can't afford to be constantly pricked and stabbed and, you know, ripped apart to be made into things that to be made better. Whereas the higher plane beings don't actually seem to react at all. Like, they don't seem to care much at all. They don't even bleed. Like, it seems like red blood is more of almost a resource to them rather than a life force. I'll be right back in a moment, Mr. Robot. Be right there. Where's the stairs? I think it's this way. Eh, it doesn't matter. Go that way. Oh yeah, so that's a giant brain thing. We'll deal with that in a moment. I like the camera shake though. The limp is interesting. So, and this is where I think that the society part of this comes in, where society will do as it pleases with you, but for a great many people to be part of a society and being part of something greater than themselves, to be part of basically a collective mind, for some people is worth all the blood in the world. You know, all the blood, sweat, and tears to be part of this higher plane, this higher society is more than worth it to them, you know? Alright, so now that we've done 2, these guys flower, which I still don't quite get. I believe that's an eyeball, because they're able to look now, as you can see. They can look at things. And now, time for probably the most overt part of this. This is a crucifixion. And we are giving up ourselves to be united with a greater collective. And yeah, this can be kind of gross, so apologies. This robot does not mince words or things. So, but its goal is to put you into that higher society by removing a lot of things. Because you don't need these anymore. Congratulations, you don't need flesh or a brain, or at least a brain of your own. I just realized that for a normal human being without anesthesia, this would probably make them go into shock immediately. I'm attached to those things. Yeah, we are. So it connects you to this thing by connecting this basically this wire to you. And yep, your eyes are gonna blur. You are connected to the higher consciousness. And there you go. And now I'm inside one of the bodies. This thing with the big belly. I am now inside one of those. I am now the person that I was controlling is now in this body. To a sense. All glory to the Hypnotoad. But he gave up his original body to become something of the higher level, the higher class, if you would. But to do so, they had to give up, their body, their soul, in that sense. Also, by the way, if you press X, you switch between these two bodies. Alright. Also, this guy is going to be stabbed for a while. We don't need to deal with this yet, but, yeah, that's the person we were. That's nice. But the key to all of this is the fact that these beings... I'm going to show you what I mean when I say they don't care about pain. So this is the same machine, and we're going to get, the thing put in. No pain. No blood. Nothing. Just able to take it as easy as nothing. Because these bodies don't feel pain. They don't care at all. They don't really even mind at all that there is pain. Because the pain doesn't matter to them. Alright, actually, I don't think I even need to grab the thing. I just need to grab the body. Now, I just push him out of the... I take this off of him, by the way. He just lets me take this, by the way. I'm still not sure why this guy needs to be in constant pain for me to take him, but, yeah, it's pretty gross. But these motherly bodies take this wretched soul. And time to take him to where he needs to go. Yeah, it just does this. Forever. Yeah, I feel, yeah, this is probably the weirdest part, but yeah, so the symbol of the crucifix is referred to as a symbol that describes the wiping of personality out of consciousness, deny human self to unite with selflessness. And to see that as an imagery, and to, you know, that fact that the dude is basically crucified beforehand, yeah, I can see that that's what he does. He literally wipes away all that he is to be part of something else. Selfless. He literally lacks a being. Also, yeah, this door is insane. Door is nuts to look at. So we stand on this pressure plate until it goes all the way down. But this is the ultimate fate that this person wanted. And in doing so, they want to give up being a self to be free of this pain. The pain of their burdens, the pain of their sins, the pain of existing by joining a higher existence over there in that place. I think someone mentioned that I think that he was in constant pain to keep him from fully joining the hive mind so he could go into this place without losing his mind, but I think that very thing is what causes him to be claimed in the first place. There it is. I don't know what's beyond that point, but I imagine that's the goal. All right. And you wake up in the arms of this figure, and there it is. There's the parasite. Hey, buddy. And dragged away from absolution, the parasite takes him. And claims him to keep him forever. And these beings are impassive and don't really care. They scorn him, for he's not worthy, because his blood is impure. Yeah, there's a lot there to that, honestly. But yeah. He is claimed by his past. Claimed by the world around him. Made to stay with in this mortal coil. And made to stay in this pretty much just hellscape. And taken to be rooted here forever by the past. By this parasite. Rooted. And held by that thing. A living tree. Rooted at the gates of wherever he wanted to go. Heaven, hell, I don't know. An escape, but stopped before it could be reality. And that's it. That's the game. That's the game. That's it. That's it. That's the game. Okay, wait. I want to see something really quick. Select slot. 2 hours, 41 minutes to finish the whole game. Not even 3 hours. And obviously, I had knowledge. I'm just trying to mentally grapple with the fact that this save file, that was under 3 hours of time And I got to see 8 years of work in 3 hours. To me, that's just insane. You know, that's wild to me, because how? You know, just how does that make sense? How does that work? It's insane. You know, like, that's crazy. Kind of curious, are there any other achievements for this game? 12 of 12. Oh, I finished all the achievements for this game. Oh. I want to see the credits. I haven't actually watched the credits, so I should probably do that. But this game it's a work of art. It's not something that's immediately accessible. It's not something that's immediately easy to understand. Ah, get an update, huh? And hydration. Oh, thank you. I haven't had a drink this whole time. A lot of wow, they went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8 programmers. Wow. Hydrated. Update. So on my side of the games, I actually got around to making more maps. I'm making more of the areas now first, rather than focusing on doing more game specific stuff, like putting down items and making scenes. And I think that by doing this different focus, I'm getting more built. My hope is that by the end of October, I'll be close to, if not fully done with making maps and areas in the game. Because I think that once that point comes, then I'll be in a great spot to finish the game in terms of its scene writing by November. I am looking at what needs to get done and how things are working. I am a little uncertain the game will come out this year. And some of that is coming down to the fact that the November and December period look very busy. And I don't know if I want to compete in that space, because I think that I'd rather it seems like releasing the game at a time when there aren't as many high profile releases might be a wise decision. But I also think the game needs more time to be finished. But I am getting good work done. And I think things are moving at a good pace, just a little slower than I'd like. But of course, you know, that's just, you know, how things work. I might, in the meantime, try to either write another collection of short stories or make another music album so that I have one more release for the end of the year. Which might take away from the game a little bit, but I think it would be a worthwhile endeavor to make something. So I have one more release this year that I can, you know, put down on my list. And we'll see. Probably by next week I'll know for sure how I'd like to proceed with the rest of the year. And it might just be my Fridays turn into writing short stories, or, you know, like sometimes on Saturdays or something, I don't know. But I might also put it to a vote. I might put it in my Discord and put a vote down and see if anybody has any opinions or ideas. Because, and of course, if I hit 200 followers, then I might do some additional stuff for Twitch in general. I know that soon I'm going to be trying to make my I'm going to make my Twitch intro video, because I still need to make that. But I hope to hit 200 followers this year. That'd be nice. I think hitting 200 would be a fantastic show of progress, because beginning of the year I wasn't very far along on the follower number, but now it's like, okay, cool. Now, you know, 200 would be, I think that'd be exceptional. That'd be really, really good. It's a 2-week stretch of February where practically everything is releasing. Yeah, so I'm kind of worried about that, but I might shoot for January if I can help it, but we'll see. It, of course, might be dependent on where my game ends up. And of course, if I need to spend more time testing my game and, like, you know, playtesting, it is a moderately large game, so it would be a good idea for me to, you know, test it as much as I can. So we'll see. I definitely think that January, if I'm not going to release it this year, then I'm going to shoot for early January if I can help it. But I don't want to put undue pressure on myself. My goal is to have the game completable by the end of November, which I think is a reasonable goal, because then all of the items are there, all of the, you know, the principal games are there, everything is there and working. it's just not complete in terms of art style and the balancing of the game. So of course, you know, it might depend. Also, yeah, the fact that there are so many people in the Kickstarter list is insane. Oh, you can scroll through it a little faster. Okay. So I will be monitoring that when it comes to my game releasing. I will be monitoring what else is coming out around it very carefully, and not just even in terms of like big name releases. I'll also be keeping track of small games as well, because I don't want to compete unnecessarily unless I have to. Because if I can release in a lull when games are coming out, the better time to join. I wanted to watch the VOD for the full playthrough. Viceroy, what's really funny was that we finished the game in less than 3 hours. I just started watching the credits so we could talk about some updates and stuff. Some part of me says I should go do Dead Space, but I actually wonder if that'd be a bad idea. Because if I do Dead Space now, then I might have to change the schedule a little bit for Sunday. Because I'm fairly certain that I'm going to end up finishing Dead Space as well. Wow, there's a lot of names here. Short. I saw another Greg in there. Wait, I saw Greg Nugent, and I was like, oh, dude, that's a good name. Yeah, Viceroy, we were, I was discussing the release of my game and some update stuff, but yeah, we finished Scorn somehow. Open to whatever you want to do. You know what? If I finish Dead Space today, we could do Mario Kart. Ooh, after Scorn? Actually, wait, do I want to try that? We could. I would have to adjust. I would have to switch my setup quite a bit, though. It might be. It's mostly just because of the fact that I have to do some cable switching, and I'd have to switch my game capture over. I usually stick to one console at a time, just because I feel like of all the things that I could do, I could absolutely mess up something. I could absolutely mess something up if I'm not careful. So, I don't know. Does I guess it's just like, you know, the tone shift is a bit surprising, you know, to go to Mario Kart from here. I can do it. I just need to do some I need to move some things around a little bit. In terms of like the actual setup, not just games. Otherwise, do you guys want to look in the games library if that would if this would assist? Those were a lot of Kickstarters. No, there were a ton of people, because a lot of this game's budget was built on Kickstarter. It's kind of impressive. Okay, yeah, I just want to see that again. Okay, first playthrough 6 hours. Second playthrough, not even 3. I actually cut it in half. I cut to show how good it is to when you have like a brain. My goodness. To show how crazy it is when ODaM prepares ahead of time, I sawed the game time in half. To show how crazy it is when I have prep time. Game library would be good, but I'm late to the party. Well, how about we take a look? We'll take a look. Games. Okay. So we can take a quick look. I have many games installed already, so we can take a look. Oh, we could keep horror themed. I just realized we could play Castlevania. I've never finished it. Speedrunner incoming. I could. Dead Space. We could obviously continue Dead Space if we want. I'd like to stick it to the Xbox if possible, but only because it's a little easier for me to move things. No. Why do I have you installed? Fortnite is in there. Gears 5 was fun. But I did, if this doesn't give, like, what I have installed, it's just really funny, because, yeah, I keep a lot of things installed. Killing Floor 2 is a lot of fun. A little crazy, but it's fun. I have this installed, and I've been waiting to play it for quite some time, so that's gonna be January's game. It's gonna be like Shin Megami Tensei 5, where it's my my RPG of choice for January, I guess. Or Prodeus. If anybody sees a game that they think would be like the best pick to go to right now, we could do that. We could go right ahead. And there's the end of the list, but lots of games. I have many things that I can play right now. Don't see any one game that should be here. That should be there. Like, do you mean like any one game that's like makes a lot of sense? Don't see one game that should be there. Which one? Oh, yeah. I have been waiting until we hit the follower goal. We are pretty close, if I do say so myself. You know what? I might make that the 500 follower goal, is that I get forced into playing Peppa Pig. I feel like that would be kind of funny. That would be kind of fun, is forcing myself to play that game. Oh, that'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty fun. Back with quesadillas. Ooh, very good. Hecko, we're deciding what to play next. Part of me wants to keep the sort of horror theme going by playing Castlevania, but I don't know. What do you guys think that'd be fun? I kind of want to stick it mostly horror, but I don't know. Just it's like I don't want to go too far. Like horror theme. Trying to think. I also have I don't know if I'd be able to finish Alien Isolation in a reasonable amount of time right now, so I don't know if I'm ready to start it yet. We have more Dead Space. Let's see. Could play Friday the 13th if I want to play online, but I don't know how many people are on there still. Horror related. Killing Floor is pretty close. I haven't played Killer Instinct in a long time, but I don't think that's horror related. Does have the Arbiter though. Prodeus again. Prodeus is cool. And mind you, I guess the priority should be the things that are on in my library, because that'd probably be the best decision. And it got the Resident Evil 5 and 6. Sea of Thieves, if you consider getting attacked by the Kraken. Infinity Gene is just weird. Spelunky. I could play Spelunky. I've never actually played this game. I have it installed. I never played it. Killer Instinct is a fighting game. No, I know. It's just it's I was like, oh, it's got like vampires and werewolves, but it's got mummies. Zombie Army 4 is pretty fun. And it's pretty good. I like that one. But there's a lot of games here, so we have room, we have options. We have room and options. Uno with the AI. Yes, the ultimate terrifying experience. It can be terrifying. Unfortunately, I feel like most people would be like, oh, you're playing Uno? And I'm like, yeah, by myself. Play the AI. Just, oh man, really? It's like, I'm trying here. I'm currently thinking either Castlevania or Proteus, but that's kind of my current thought. Because I don't know, Castlevania is at least horror, like Halloween adjacent, so that's why I was kind of like, it could be okay. What about the surprise me option? Do I have a surprise me option? Remember, there is an option for it. How do I do it? Isn't there a game card? No, not that. There is a surprise me option, isn't there? If I recall correctly. Isn't there? Because I remember there is an option for here. Let me quit Scorn really quick. Okay. More options. No, my games didn't have more options. Refresh. Yeah. I remember that, I think it was Xbox, and I'm incredibly late. I'm getting all the ads, lol, and I'm incredibly late. Sweetie, I feel so bad. I think it said filter, maybe? Ah, yes. So, Sweetie, what happened was, I might need to actually direct you to the VOD. I feel so bad. Oh, sweetie. Yeah, yeah, you and Viceroy did show up kind of late. I apologize. Viceroy showed up when I was watching the credits. Yeah, I surprised myself. I'll have to watch the thing later. Yeah, I surprised myself as well by being able to play the game in just under 3 hours, which honestly kind of impressed and disturbed. Oh. Huh. Oh, okay then. It seems that the universe decided for me. Woo, okay, I'm not alone. Yeah, of course. Alright, let me really quickly change our category because we are... Okay, there we go. Well, it's been decided. Yeah, it kind of just handed me this game, and I'm kind of down for it, not gonna lie. Okie dokie. We turn it down a little bit, because this game is really loud, so I gotta turn it down a little bit. There we go. So... Oh, that's right, I turned the game volume down anyway. Adjust the volume of the stream a little bit. Yeah, there we go, that's good. So, sweetie, we did get to talk about the game a fair bit, and I was grateful to be able to talk about it again because I feel like I got all of the things off my chest. Seen this game on Game Pass, but not played it. Oh, you're in for a treat now. I think you'll quite enjoy this this game. It's funny because I feel like this game takes the grotesque and makes it I feel like this game takes the ultra violence to a point where it's comical. Because I feel like that's something that... Because with the Scorn, the grotesque was more of the, like, a subdued dread. Even though to me it was more of a... Just a, you know, like a darker atmosphere. In this game, it's like, yeah, it's a, you know, scary, dark atmosphere, but it's also, like, you know, ultra violent, so... let's see, rocket launcher. Cool. Shredders. Cool. Shotgun. Cool. Alright, I want the super shotgun. That's what I want. Let me acquire some exceptional drip really quick. That's tier 2. Super shotgun? Former. I buy. But there's a difference in how games present, you know, like, nightmarish atmosphere. And I feel like this game, because this game, Doom and Scorn, kind of do the same thing. This game looks like it should be Metroid Prime. It feels like, what I've had this game described as is it's the classic Doom, but with modern day control schemes and speed. And it definitely feels like it. But I feel like Doom, this game, and Scorn all have similar... Basically similar, if not the same, design principles. Trial shotgun. Okay. Chaos generator. Collect runes to unlock new levels. Got it. Now let's try trial shotgun. Get all the tickets in under 1 minute to claim the ore prize at the end. Timing reloads and accuracy are key to success. That sounds like it'd be that'd be painful. So I'm gonna go do this. Genesis Part 1. Let's go. I get that vibe. Yeah, it feels like classic Doom, but with modern controls. I feel like I need to play my copy of Metroid Prime because I own it. I just never got to finish it because I was very bad at video games as a kid. And by bad, I mean I just didn't understand where to go. Oh. Neat. Not dealing with that right now. Oh, this plasma rifle slaps. Die. I like this game a lot. This game makes me very happy. I don't know where the enemy is, but I'm gonna blow him up. That and the music's all really good too. Ow. Also, let me know if I need to turn the audio up or down, because I don't have a preview of your guys' audio on hand. Try to jump scare me, huh? Big nerds. I did it. Now then. Hello. Oh, that's a big crater. Sounds fine to me. Okay. Do you have all three Prime games? Just the first? I only have the first, and that is because I own the first on disc. I own it for GameCube, so. And I am very happy I own it for disc like that, because it is very nice to be able to own things for disc. I prefer physical copies of anything if I can help it. That's why I went hunting for Eternal Darkness the way I did, because I wanted to make sure. Let's see. Anything this way? Wait, that's right. Doy. There's a big crater that's simply called the crater. You're right. I like that they're you know, they're just, it's simple, right? You don't need to name it anything too fancy anyway. It's good that I feel like there are certain times when it's I feel like there are certain times when just having a simple name is good, you know? I think that that's what makes it, I think it's funnier that way, because, you know, I don't know, it's just a crater, man. Oh. Oh, ooh. I keep pressing left bumper because I keep thinking that sprint for some. I know I just played Scorn, but come on, dude. Nexus point. Okay, cool. I mean, granted, I guess with the crater, it is a bit of a lazy name, but it's also, ow. And that kind of ripped away a bit of my health there. Oh. Oh, this. Okay, I see. Going down. Oh. I feel like this is the game. This game kind of reminds me a little bit of how I feel about Mortal Kombat, where the ultra violence goes into here. Very interested to watch if I hear your thoughts on Scorn. I have no desire to play it myself. That's fair. I don't think it's a game for everybody. Of all the things I can think of for Scorn, I don't think it's a game to play that everybody would want to play. You know what I mean? Where I don't think every single person should play the game. I do think some people would have a better experience watching somebody play it and getting to see it that way themselves. And I think that is a completely valid thought to have about the game, because it is definitely not a game for everybody. Because I think it's more of a experience kind of thing, where it is a very cool thing to experience, but as a game, it can leave a lot to be desired, especially for people who prefer a more traditional gaming experience. Ow. Don't know why I ran away. I see that ore up there. Yeah, nope, I want it. I want. Ooh. I want. That is actually really cool that you can get it to lock on like that. That's really cool. But I think the key about I think the number one thing I can take away from Scorn though is that there are benefits to taking, you know, massive gambles with your game design, but maybe don't do them without communicating what they are clearly. Because that's something I noticed that the game didn't do very well in its marketing, was that they didn't communicate how the game was going to play very well. And I think that actually did end up hurting the game at the end. We have entered the crater. Oh. Pinkus! I may not know where the enemy is, but Lord knows I'm gonna hit him. Hit him. Hit him. There we go. Ooh, okay. I know you're focused on your current game, but do you have ideas for other projects? I have, well, so I have some ideas for things, because I do want one more release this year. I was thinking about doing a rather quick, either a music album or a short story collection. I wasn't sure which one I was going to do yet, because I want something I can do, you know, in a reasonable amount of time. The short story collection only took a little bit of, it didn't take too long for me to finish the last time I did one, so it would not be unreasonable for me to try it, but it would be a little bit of extra work for me to finish it up. But a music album would definitely take me a bit of extra time. But it would be a good and more public release. Because I think the short story collections do very well, and I think my writing does pretty well, but it was something more so I have something else this calendar year that comes out for me. I don't know, I might need to gauge it on my Discord to ask, like, hey, what would be, you know, more exciting to see for me at this point. And, you know, it might depend on that. I might have to ask, though. But besides finishing my current game project, no. And I'm hoping that that can be done in due time. I don't, is that lava? It is lava. There's something back there for sure. I don't have the health for it, though. Oh. There's health up there, though. Ah! Okay, we're good. But I think that would be a fine project. Something new, something different. I think if I do music, I might want to stick to writing in the style of my game so that I can have more practice writing in that style that I've been cultivating for the game. So that might be my focus coming up. Just release it unfinished, just a new trend. I will never. If anybody ever tells me that, oh, well, why not just release the game now and just put it in early access? I would probably be very stern with my words. I won't be mean, but I'll be stern. Because, man, that would frustrate me to no end. Even this game, I couldn't even release it early because it's just like, how would I do that? You know, just like, how would I... It's not even close to being done. So it might... It'll be a little bit, but... Might very well depend. Release the game now, put it in early access. No. I would have to adamantly refuse. I would definitely fight that kicking and screaming. Ow. You what? Yeah, that's how you can tell I'm not a real game designer. I don't just kowtow to every single demand my fan base asks of me. It's not just immediately, oh yeah, sure, I'll release it right now. It's fine. Unsub, such a fall. Of course. As is our want. You know what, though? I'm pretty sure my boy would also agree with me. It's like... Because, you know, that's the thing. It's like... If you release something that's unfinished, it's just sad. You know, you just... So I feel like whenever you release something like that, where it's just unfinished, to me, that's just not my work ethic. I don't believe in releasing things early without... Even my books, it's like, if they're not ready, they're not ready. They don't go out. But, you know, it's like... Because I do review them pretty rigorously to make sure that they're ready. And to me, making sure that whatever I put out is up to my standard, that's important to me. Because I hold myself to really high standards, and that's why that is Magic Early Access books. Yeah, you just get the word "the" in a piece of paper. Prodeus portal detected. What the heck? Some sort of nerd riding away in that thing. Ow! Oh, I died. See from Nexus Point. Oh well. No death run is ruined, so that's okay though. I'll just live. But the forgetting the first half of a novel, that's what it feels like when I was reading the Children of Dahara series. I read the first book. It feels like it should be part of, like, it should be the first part of a full novel. It doesn't feel like it should be a standalone book that's worth like a, you know, like a reasonable amount of money for a, like a full novel release, you know? I never quite got that where, oh, I'm gonna release this one majorly long story as, you know, like 10 to 20 different books. I never quite got that. It doesn't make sense to me. Because that's what I got. I got this one series, The Children of Dahara, and it was like, oh, first book. And I'm like, oh, this feels like it should be the first of, like, this should be the first portion of a book. But that's weird. It's okay, though. It's fine. But off the cuff, what do you guys think? Do you guys... Is there something that you guys would prefer? Because if I am going to split my time in some way or another, I feel like it would be nice to do it for something that you guys would directly be like, you know, directly interested in checking out. Because the music, on the one hand, is very easy to access. It goes on Bandcamp and it's, you know, free to listen to at any time. And that's pretty good. I think it works really well. But I do wonder, though, if... I do wonder if the music or a book would be better. Alright, Genesis Part 2. After the first battle, fortress is constructed at the center of the crater. A defensive measure to prevent future attacks from Prodeus forces. A Slayer guards the rune at all times. This is fun. Let's go check it out. But I do wonder if... Because I that's, you know, I want to make sure that, like, I make things that are... I want to make things that you guys are interested in. I'm a music person myself, but don't stress yourself, as I know writing both is a challenge. Well, and it would be one or the other, and I would just do the other one later. Like, what it would basically be is whatever doesn't get done this year would be the secondary project of next year. So, whenever the game comes out, that whatever I don't do now would be the next thing I do after the game comes out. So, because music, I think, would be a good way to end the year, because that would be my 5th album. And I could do something interesting with that. I think I could do a lot of fun with that. Ow. Skadoosh. Whoosh. I like this the beam rifle a lot. It's really nice. Look at that. Boom. I think it's really nice. Ah. There we go. Whew. What do you guys enjoy more? What do I enjoy more? See, for me it's different, because when I'm writing music, I enjoy the end product of writing music more. The middle of it is very hard for me. But with writing like a book or something, the beginning of it and that ideation phase, you know, that part where you're just coming up with new ideas and having fun generating, that's the fun part there. But then making it into an interesting and compelling story, and, you know, putting your head to the grinder is the harder part. So it's a matter of, like, because the work part is very, because it's editing music is more fun for me than editing a book, but writing a book is more fun for me than writing music, because writing raw music is more work to me, but editing it and making it exactly where I want it to be is more fun. But whereas it's the genesis of writing prose is far more fun to me. And then the editing part of it is just like, yeah, I know I have to, you know. So that is, I think an album would probably be a good pick, because I think that would be something that would be immediately exciting. As much as I like writing prose, I do think that the music would be the more, it would definitely be the more rewarding thing in the long term, I think. Oh, hey. Howdy doody. Okay, he's dead. Ooh. There's a Nexus point over there. Should probably go grab it. Go grab. I like this game's graphics a lot, because they do a lot of interesting stuff with how they make the game look. Not to mention the area design has been very varied this entire time. I don't think I've seen a single area that's been really repeated since I started playing. It's very cool. So I think I'll still put it up to I'll still put it in the Discord to just ask around and make sure that people can see it, make sure everybody sees it. But I do think right now I'm leaning towards music for this year, but we'll see. Oh, that does remind me, there is a redeem now that, if you guys want to, you can actually name a song on my next album. And what I generally do is I sometimes come up with a name for a song first and then write based on the name. Ow, my face. So sometimes you might even influence the music I write if you choose like an interesting name. Obviously, you know, nothing too vulgar or, you know, disturbed, but you know, we can talk about it. But I did add that as a redeem once at some point. I am getting bombarded. What is happening? Ow. Oh, these things. Yep, that makes sense. Okay. I really like the fact that you can lock on like that. That's so cool. I really enjoy the laser gun. This thing is sick. Oh, hi, more ammo. Oh, hello. Whee. Oh, okay. Thank goodness I could touch the lava for only that a little bit of time I needed to jump. Oh, whoops. Oh, I see. Those things are bombarding from a distance, so I should probably use the... Yep, okay. How far does this go? Pretty far. Okay. But yeah, I enjoy all my work. That's kind of the beauty of my job right now, is that's the beauty of it, right? That I can absolutely do anything I want, and I enjoy it because it's the art of making things that is what makes me happy. You know, when I'm making my game and I'm working on it, yeah, and it's love, because some days I'm like, yeah, this is tough, this is hard. But I genuinely enjoy making things and making new things. So it never feels horribly, well, it never feels horribly difficult for me to say, oh, I'm gonna make this now. You know, because at times, yeah, it's a little difficult, but not necessarily because it's like a hard thing to do for me. It's just some days it's a little harder to get motivated than other days, but that's just because, you know, some days are harder. I'm dying a lot right now, which is not making me feel, according to, like, not fantastic, but that's okay. I'll make it work. Go. Okay. These levels are getting a lot harder, so I have to actually pay attention a little bit. I like the levels flow though. They make these big open areas and then they make them constrict down, and I think the way they make areas go between each other is really, really impressive. I like it. I think the developers did a great job with this one. I hope they're proud. Again, I feel like having pride in one's work is a necessary component to making creative works. You know, and I've had to come on a long journey to get to this point, but I feel like I've slowly started getting better at talking myself up. Because it is very hard for me to say, oh yeah, I'm really cool, you know, like, because, you know, it's not in my blood to say that, you know, but I've kind of come around to the fact that I'm kind of cool. I am at least kind of cool. Because I don't think many people in their life write a book, an album of music, and make a video game in anywhere close to the same part of their life, let alone in the same life. So, and I also play guitar, have a degree from a nice college, and I'm generally pretty good about not being mean to people. So I think I do a pretty good job being, like, cool. Button. Enough about my self-confidence. Even though it is nice that I have it. Remember, believe in yourself. What am I doing? Oh, button. Doy. I don't know what's coming out of here, but I'm gonna shoot it. Now, what's your stand, little Timmy? It's a gun. What? Those are two pinkies coming at me. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. Rocket! I can't believe that worked. Whew, okay. But let's start a band. I can play the dobro and the flute. So if you need either one of those, I didn't know you could play the flute. That's really cool. I personally think that knowing an instrument is a vital part of the love life, even if it's just singing. That is technically an instrument. I think that learning instruments is very good. It's good for the soul. I play guitar when I feel bad, and it's nice. I've been trying to rework my chops back up to what they used to be. I used to be able to play Through the Fire and Flames pretty well. So that used to be a thing. I usually write electronic music, but I am going to start moving into live recording when I can. Kill the Slayer. What the heck are you? Ow. Well, I got him. I'm just very shy, so I usually play it in the background. You know, I understand that very well. I do get that. I do get it. I played clarinet in high school, and I was not the best at it. I was just, you know, pretty good at it. I understood how to play at high school level, if that says anything. And I appreciated playing it, and there were times where I had a lot of fun, but it was definitely not the instrument that I came to be known for later in life. Must be something I missed. Button? Maybe there's a button in where the Slayer came out. Oh, yeah, no, there it is. Very cool. But that's reasonable, though. I feel like performance anxiety is probably the most reasonable and understood of all the anxieties. It's like, oh, do you you get nervous doing something that you know you do? Do you get nervous doing something in front of a ton of people? Yeah, that's reasonable. That's fair. You know, I feel like of all of them, it's like it's the most fair to be nervous about performing. Ah! Ow, 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 ow. Hello. Yeah, no, I do get it, though. I worked out of my performance anxiety, and most of it's actually been because of stream, actually. I think a lot of my... that's the exit. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I want to check things out really quick. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Also, I want to refill on health. Hey, secret. Found the heckin' secret. Alright, cool. Alright, now we can leave. There we go. Had to give a lot of speeches at school, didn't care for the attention, dealt a horrid case of stage fright. I definitely don't like it when... I don't like it when high schools especially do that, where they make kids give speeches. It's like, some kids just aren't naturally inclined for it, you know? It's like, yeah, you should learn how to do it, but not every kid wants to be the one doing that. Not every person is going to be the one giving the presentations in their job, you know what I mean? Because some people are going to be the ones who are, I do my work, I come in, I do the thing, I come out, and I'm not the one who presents the product. I'm the one who makes the product. And that's fine. And I think that some people just don't need to, you know? I took public speaking I also took public speaking in my college years, and I got better. I still have retained some of my bad habits for public speaking, which I think you guys see sometimes, you know, when I go or if I start stammering. Sometimes I stammer because my brain is trying to catch up with my mouth is catching up with my mind, because my mind works pretty much 3 times quicker than my mouth can. Which also means that at times I will miss things, so it happens. Great example of this is that I will see something and not be able to really, you know, it's like I have to catch up, as it were. And it's it's kind of difficult for me. Device known as the Chaos Generator. It emits a strong disruption field, hides this dimension from external forces. The source of power is unknown. I need to drink some water. Ooh. Ah, geez, okay. I've basically forced myself out of introversion and now basically have 2 sets of batteries where while one is charging, the other is on. And what generally happens is my extrovert batteries are in right now. So while I'm streaming, my extrovert batteries are in. Where basically it's, you know, my ability to handle talking in front of people is on and is working at the best of its ability, of course. So, you know, it's doing its best. Ow. Okay, there we go. So when I'm you know, by myself, usually or if even when I'm out in public and it's just, you know, like but it's just me going out, it, you know, usually my introvert batteries are in, so I'm not really, you know, I don't talk to people, especially when I'm home alone. You know, introvert batteries are in. I'm just staying home, charging up. But even then, sometimes I get sick of being alone, so I really need that you know, social activity. And that's when this kind of thing is really necessary for me, where I didn't see the plasma field. I see. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. Ah. But, you know, I think the fact that I have both sets of batteries is very good for me. Because it means that I will always need to be around other people to an extent. How do I open this? What the heck? Intriguing. I do get stage fright, though. I still do get it to an extent. I think it's specifically being worried. That's why I'm so worried about tech issues when I'm streaming. Because I'm always terrified that I'm going to end up having like some horrible tech issue that blows up stream. And I'm always worried that's going to happen, but it never does. You know, knock on wood, of course, but you know, it's one of those things where I do worry about that kind of stuff, and sometimes needlessly so, but I think I'm gonna use the no, I'll use the minigun for a little bit. Minigun's fun. Okay. Right, button. Destroy the shields. Interesting. I'm curious now what this device does, because now I really want to know what it does. Besides generating the power, I'm curious how it works. How does it do? Oh. You need to check one thing really quick. Ah, okay. All right, now I'm good. I had to check something really quick. Ow. I feel like these levels are getting legitimately harder. I still like these shredders a lot. This level design is nice, though. It reminds me of some of the later levels in the first Doom. I do think the items being reminiscent of classic Doom also just... Oh. like that a lot. Oh, very good. Oh, enemies. Ah! You know, there is one game I've had the thought about streaming that I think I might make it my first PC streaming game. Is the original Fear, because I believe I own all of them on PC now. And I really want to play it because it's probably one of my... I played the beginning of it and it instantly became one of my favorite first-person shooters. I never finished it, but I would count it as my first playthrough because I don't remember enough about it, but... It definitely is one of those games that I think is absolutely my favorite. I think the tempo of a first-person shooter is important. I think this game being faster feels really nice, but it's also... It also lends itself to being more familiar to people who play stuff like the newer Dooms. As well as even Classic Doom, because even Classic Doom was... You could move pretty quick if you knew what you were doing. Alright, let's see. Whoa. Did not realize I could jump that high. Ah, the auto map. That's actually really important. The auto map is kind of an important piece. All right, wait, let's see. I actually really like this auto map feature. It's really nice. It's also really convenient because it lets you see stuff really close up. Let's see. Remember Nahamaha actually said once that there's a song that I wrote that should be in a video game, and I have actually considered making it the main theme of my second game project because I know that that game is going to need a theme, and I feel like that song in specific would probably fit there best. Kill Void Reaper. Ah! Where is this Void Reaper? Ow. Okay, that's gonna keep sending things, isn't it? Jerk. There's a lot of flashing going on in there. Ah! Oh, I had a blue key stuck inside the whole time. Wah! Ow, 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 ow. This music is really epic, but I'm also dying very quickly. Run, 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 run. Okay. Ah! Medkit! Oh, thank goodness. Ugh. That was a little too close for comfort. I need to keep moving because if I stop moving, I'm probably gonna die. Oh, I couldn't drop shot with this thing. Whoops. Ah! That's okay. That's okay. I actually do. I think now, you know, critically thinking about my last couple albums, I feel like it's the fact that my music is very experimental and strange at times, mainly because of the fact that it's all instrumental music. So I feel like at some point I'm gonna need to bite the bullet and do lyrical music at some point. But I want to do covers. I really want to do. If I'm gonna do that, I want to start with covers because there are some that I feel like I need to do. If not for, you know, like their own sake, it's because like they're songs that resonate with me and I really want to play them. Probably could just leave, but why would I do that when I can kill everything in this area? Ow. Lockdown lifted. Okay, so that means that there's a door over here that got opened. Can I go back to the blue key room? I'm actually curious now. Am I capable of going back? They got the blue key, so I want to know if I can, you know, use it. Huh. Oh, no. Well, oh, well. You know, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. I see. Oh, gotta stretch a little. Ah, man. I have been thinking though. I think I realized that I just remembered that when I was a kid, I think I was made like less susceptible to being afraid in front of people, because when I was a very little kid, I wrote a poem. I think it's about a butterfly or something. And I think I probably have it somewhere. It's somewhere in the house probably. But I wrote a poem and I was asked to read it at a local college because it was like, oh, we're celebrating little kids who write things, and they had me read it in front of like a bunch of adults. And I was just like, oh, okay, it's poetry, I'll read it. And I think it's because there's a different level when you're a teenager. It's like you're ashamed of like doing anything that people find weird. But when you're a kid, you don't care. You don't give a dang. You're just there. You exist. You vibe. And I think that because of that experience, I am definitely better equipped to being. How do I acquire you? I think I'm better equipped to being in front of people because my brain, but I also have this really strong empathetic response. So when other people feel like uncomfortable being in front of people, I actually feel the same. So it's like, oh, do you feel not comfortable up here? Okay, well then we should both get off. Like, all right, no, we both need to leave the stage. Like it, but it's like but I can match people's energy really well because of it. Which I think really helps me because it makes it so that I can understand better and I understand where people are coming from better. But it also means that, man, how much is this gonna, how much am I gonna be able to, you know, mentally handle? Because sometimes I get the empathetic response from people, and it's like their emotions are too much. Like if somebody gets really angry near me, I start to feel it, and it absolutely gets to me. Whoa. Oh, ore fragment. Give, thank you. This suddenly turned a lot more intense than I was ready for. Well, kills 40%. Okay, I got a couple of the ore, but I don't think I got everything. I might have to do that again. I didn't see everything. I kind of felt like I was on a timer, but I don't think I was. I'm gonna double check that. Yeah, I missed a lot of stuff. I'm gonna try that again. But I stopped writing poetry for a while because I will definitely say that it was a good chunk of it from as I remember it was that I had a good number of incidents where me writing poetry, not that it was, you know, wrong of me to do so, but more that I just got embarrassed because I was doing it. And namely, case in point, I used to write, I used to write poetry for girls. Which, you know, when you're a teenage boy and someone literally, you know, pokes fun at that, it's kind of like, oh, that's a big rip. That's a big ripperoni. It hoits. Which is, you know, it's reasonable though. I feel like once you're embarrassed about something the first time, it's kind of like, you know, you kind of just go, ow, dude, my pride. Okay, so shoot that. Okay, there's stuff up here. There's stuff up here. What the heck? That would explain why I did not get all the kills. Am I on a timer, or is this just me having fun? So I do appreciate this. Huh. Weird. Okay. Curious and strange. Not sure how that works, but I got 100% of the kills though, so that works. I like that. That's pretty good. I don't know how to get those other ores though, so I might have to come back to that. I'm not sure how to do that. That's okay. Not hunting for the 100% today, at least. Ah. Let's see. Could you try trial shredders and see what we can do? Hit all the targets in under 1 minute. I see. Oh, so I have to move. Okay, so it's probably the timer that's probably causing me to lose my time on that. Okay. Alright, maybe if I just sprint the whole way. I see now how I could have saved that ammo. I see. Man, these trials are actually really fun because they're taking my focus up some, but they're really fun to like experience. Oh, I can just see the speed run strats on that. Okay, I see it now. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm a fool. Okay. I only realized after I jumped in, I was like, oh, wait, this is really dumb of me. What am I doing? I like this kind of stuff, the time trial stuff. I think time trials are some of the most fun you can do in a game. So I think time trials let you really just flex on your ability to speed through a thing. I wonder what the dev team's race time would be. So I remember that was something that a lot of devs will do, is when they're doing this kind of time trial stuff in a game, is that they have races in studio. I can only wager what this must look like. Send it up. Ooh. Excuse me. Yep. Oh, I got like nothing out of that. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Oh well, that's okay. What are you gonna do? Okay. All right. Don't think I have enough time for another level, so I think I'll call it here. So Scorn was really good. I think that Scorn is a good experience. I think it's not for everybody. I think it will satisfy the niche audience it will. And I think that it will be reviewed later as a standout game of a peculiar sort. And obviously Prodeus is fun, so it's good to end the night with this. All right. Thank you everyone who got to stop by, and thank you to everyone for watching. Sunday should be Dead Space and Superliminal. Because I don't know if Dead Space is going to take up the whole stream, so we'll probably do Superliminal for the rest of the night then. So, until you see me next, thank you. Goodbye for now. And we're going to raid. Who shall we raid? I need to flip over my notebooks and stuff. Where are we going today? Alright, now who are we raiding? Let me bring up the raid. Cloudy is streaming. Yeah, Cloudy. I'm gonna go raid Cloudy. I'm gonna go pop over. Yes. Yes. Okay. I will raid Cloudy. No, not an ad. Freaking clown. Ugh. Alright, we'll raid. We go. After the ad, because I accidentally hit a button. Alright, wait, go back. This. Recently ran ad, must wait for another. Can I turn this off? I want to turn it off. Turn you off. Why? Why? Well, maybe I can end it early by raiding. Well, I'll see you guys later then. I accidentally subjected everybody to raids. I apologize. Right now. I raid. Freaking ads. Ugh.